Chapter 2646. The slaughter has begun. The second demon emperor laughed sinisterly. Then, he leaped into the air and charged toward the crowd that was fighting in the distance. Let's kill, he. The other demon emperors laughed sinisterly as well. Their eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. They did not think at all. Instead, they moved quickly, wanting to join the battle and start a brutal massacre. 8 demon emperors, your opponents are here. Seeing the movements of the 8 demon emperors, East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, North Addict, Zhong Shentong, and Little Xingxing, the 6 heavenly saint stage powerhouses, instantly dashed out and stopped the 8 demon emperors. After the strange space that was not suppressed exploded, the cultivation of the 8 demon emperors stabilized at the heavenly saint stage. If they were allowed to charge into the battlefield, it would be a one-sided massacre for the living beings in this world. In such a situation, it was impossible for them to watch it happen. How can the 6 of you stop the 8 of us? The 4th demon emperor glanced at Du Xiaofu in the distance. When he saw that Du Xiaofu had no intention of interfering, he could not help but laugh coldly. He held the blood-red scythe in his hand and fought with Little Xingxing. The Great Demon Emperor, 2nd Demon Emperor, 5th Demon Emperor, 7th Demon Emperor, and 9th Demon Emperor were held back by Fu Yibai's group of 5. The remaining 6 Demon Emperors and 8 Demon Emperors continued to flee rapidly into the distance, and they instantly engaged in battle. You forgot that we are here too. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, Jialo Jueyu, and the other half-step heavenly saint stage powerhouses dashed out one by one, trying to stop the 6 demon emperors and 8 demon emperors. 14 half-step heavenly saints, all of whom are related to the desolate country. Not bad, I'll kill you first. Du Xiaofu will definitely go crazy from the heartache. He. The 8 demon emperor laughed sinisterly as he watched Yi Piaoling and Zhen Qingchun approach. Instead, he stopped with the 6 demon emperors and waited for them to approach. 7 demon emperors and 8 demon emperors, are you confident? Du Xiaoyao asked solemnly. We won't know whether we can defeat them until we fight them. No matter what, we can't allow those demon emperors to slaughter us at will. Jialo Jueyu's body erupted with golden light, and the true form of the golden rock appeared. Kill! Yi Piaoling did not waste any time. He immediately attacked the 8 demon emperors. We don't need to defeat them. We just need to hold them back. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, and the others shot towards the 6 devil emperors. Between the two sides, the curtains to a fierce battle instantly opened. The strength of any demon emperor was enough to crush all living beings in this world. If they were allowed to rush into the battlefield outside, it would be no different from a great disaster. At this moment, 7 half-step heavenly saints were fighting against 1 demon emperor. Everyone felt a huge pressure. However, none of the people present flinched. Even if they were facing a Sky Saint powerhouse, they still had to fight. Demon God! Not far away from the crowd, Du Xiaofu's eyes were clear as he looked into the infinite distance. It was as if he could see through the boundless void, through the endless mountains and space. He could feel a vast and boundless aura in the distance. It was as majestic as a mountain, as vast as the sea, and it filled every inch of space. However, the feeling that this kind of aura gave people was not the kind of reverence that one would feel when looking up at a tall mountain, but the kind of fear that one would feel when facing a peerless evil lord. Du Xiaofu knew that this aura belonged to the demon god. In his eyes, there was a vast expanse of dense devil qi in the distance, and it had condensed into an extremely tall figure that stood towering there. In the void, as if it had felt Du Xiaofu's prying, there seemed to be a soft hum that was faintly discernible. Following this soft hum, waves of terrifying aura spread out in the air. It quickly broke through the endless distance, causing the mountains to explode and the rivers to flow. The majestic energy was like a raging sea. With a loud roar, it directly crashed into Du Xiaofu's body. Deng deng. Under the impact of this invisible force, Du Xiaofu's figure was suddenly pushed back. He took a series of steps in the void. Every step he took caused a terrifying collapse in the void. Qi. After retreating hundreds of thousands of li, Du Xiaofu finally stopped himself. A muffled groan came from his throat, and the blood and qi in his body surged. Although he was not injured, he was still shaken up quite a bit. Even from such a great distance, the impact of the demon god's will was actually so terrifying. According to Du Xiaofu's feeling, the gap between him and the demon god was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Has he reached the limit of strength in this world? Could it be that he has already surpassed the saint realm? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled fiercely, and he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He was already in the sky saint realm, but when he came into contact with the demon god, it was as if there was a great gap between them. He seemed so vulnerable. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Du Xiaofu calmed his emotions. His figure shook in the air, and he stood among the clouds in the 9 heavens. The powerful scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit spread out, and the entire scene in the 3 continents and Kyushu was seen by him. Above the vault of heaven, the originally blue sky was no longer there. The clouds that filled the sky had become 2 colors, one bright and one dark red. They were separated in the middle. One side was a sea of lightning, the other was a red cloud. They each occupied half of the sky. Between the two, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. Vast energy roared and surged, colliding with each other. The sea of lightning was boiling, and the red cloud was shaking. The friction and collision set off a destructive storm that swept through the heavens and earth, destroying everything. It was like the end of the world. With my blood, strengthen my Kyushu. Eliminate the devil religion, slay the gods and subdue the devils. Kill. Countless living beings roared and charged, clashing with the devil religion. The terrifying divine abilities descended like a tsunami, and the heavens and earth shook. In the terrifying battle, indomitable figures collapsed with a bang, falling from the sky into the ruins of the mountain stream, into the dilapidated forest, and piled up into mountains. On the ground, there was no longer the scene of vitality in the past. The forests that were full of vitality and the majestic buildings were all turned into ashes in the terrifying collision. The broken walls and ruins were soaked in scarlet blood. The long river had long dried up, and boiling blood flowed in the riverbed. The scarlet blood waves set off boundless tides, and the smell of blood was dense in the air, making people want to vomit. The battlefields and killings appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes at this moment. Every moment, powerful living beings were dying, and their hot blood was spilling. As the sea of blood on the ground churned, a strange energy fluctuation spread out, vast and mighty in the sky. The boundless red cloud that collided with the sea of lightning became darker and darker as the battle continued, and its momentum became more and more vast, beginning to force the sea of lightning on the opposite side to retreat. Kikik, the taste of blood. Kill. Kakik. Countless people from the devil religion laughed sinisterly under such a scene. As the boundless sea of blood boiled, endless mysterious power was rapidly released, blessing every person from the devil religion, causing their strength to become more and more powerful. The living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu were like the sea of lightning high in the sky, constantly being forced to retreat. Looking at all of this, Du Xiaofu's heart could not calm down. The roars and screams of agony from the various battlefields pierced his heart fiercely. Originally, in the unsuppressed space, hundreds of people from the 3 continents and Kyushu had broken through and reached extremely powerful strength. Although no less than 200 people had died in the hands of the demon emperors, there were still at least 300 to 400 people who had survived. After coming to the outside world, they entered the battlefield at this time. On the other hand, except for the demon god and the 8 demon emperors, the rest of the people from the devil religion were killed one by Du Xiaofu. In this way, the overall strength of the devil religion and the living beings of this world were extremely disparate. However, in the outside world, as the killing progressed, the strength of everyone from the devil religion began to increase explosively, as if it was even more terrifying than in the suppressed space. Although the living beings of this world would not be defeated in a short period of time, under the suppression of the devil religion, there were some signs of defeat. The demon god, the devil religion, their purpose of killing is to increase their strength, isn't it? Du Xiaofu murmured with indescribable shock and grief. In the primordial era, the demon god fled to this world after being killed by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god. It was not only because of the uniqueness of this world, but also because everyone who entered this world would be suppressed, thus escaping the pursuit. More importantly, they could wantonly start a bloody massacre here, transform in the killing, sublimate in the mountains of corpses, and break through to a higher realm under the corrosion of the boundless sea of blood. In the primordial era, the great calamities of the dragons, the phoenixes, and the Kirans were all caused by the intention of the devil religion. Now, all of this was like the primordial era reappearing. If the devil religion was allowed to continue killing, their overall strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. There was no need for the demon god to attack again, and all the living beings of this world would be slaughtered, turning the whole world into a vast devil's domain. Eliminate the devil religion, kill the demon god. Step on the edge, drink blood, and fight to the end. Kill. Countless living beings charged and roared fiercely, allowing the people of the devil religion to stab their own chests with their weapons to fight for a chance of survival for their companions. It was a scene of endless tragedy. Everyone was fighting while bathed in blood. For the sake of their loved ones, for the sake of the continuation of their bloodline, for the sake of the survival of this world, they were willing to sacrifice themselves and give up their lives. All of this fell into Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing hot tears to gush out of his eyes. 9 great clans, listen to my orders. Du Xiaofu did not feel too sad. He stretched out his sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. His figure stood tall in the sky, and his voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the 3 continents and Kyushu domain, into the ears of every living being. His robes were pulled taut by the astral winds created by the collision of the sea of lightning and the red clouds, flapping loudly. Whoosh, 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 the purple-robed figure waved his hand, and the 9 divine lightning cauldrons rushed out and circled around him. They floated and rotated, releasing purple-gold lightning that carried a righteous and mighty aura. As soon as the 9 cauldrons appeared, an indescribable aura formed between them. It was as if they could suppress the heavens and the universe, and their might was immeasurable. The 9 cauldrons have gathered. Order the 9 families. Du Xiaofu spoke. His voice was like a bell that shook the entire world and resounded in every inch of space. The devil religion's great calamity has begun. Order the 9 families to appear and gather the power of the world to drive away the devil religion and kill the demon god. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without mercy. This vast voice shook every corner of the 3 continents and Kyushu domain. Every living being could hear it clearly. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without mercy. The lingering echoes lingered in the 9 heavens and 10 lands for a long time. Rock Emperor. It's the Rock Emperor. Human Emperor. The Human Emperor is back. The Rock Emperor is back. The devil religion won't dare to do anything. The moment Du Xiaofu's words left his mouth, the intense battle below seemed to stop for an instant. Countless living beings stopped their attacks and raised their heads to look at the purple-robed figure standing tall in the sky. The 9 cauldrons have gathered. Order the 9 families to drive away the devil religion and kill the demon god. The Rock Emperor is back. With the 9 cauldrons, he ordered the 9 families to join the battle. We have hope. With the Rock Emperor leading us to fight against the devil religion, If we don't fight with our lives now, when will we? Comrades, kill, kill. After a short moment of surprise, the living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu domain became even more excited. The figure standing in the clouds above the 9 heavens had unknowingly become the backbone and pillar of all living beings in this domain. As long as he was here, everyone was full of confidence. Without much hesitation and excitement, all living beings raised their weapons and charged toward the devil religion again. This time, everyone's fighting spirit was even stronger, and they were not afraid of death. Du Xiaofu, it's Du Xiaofu. He didn't die in the demon god's hands. He's still alive. So what if he's alive? I can feel that the demon god has returned. That kid won't live for long. The devil religion's people were the same. They all looked at the figure in the sky in shock, and could not help but panic for a moment. However, this panic soon subsided and was replaced by anticipation for the demon god's return. Have these people gone crazy when Du Xiaofu appeared? They're actually fighting with their lives on the line. Kikik, so what if they're fighting with their lives on the line? No one can stop the rise of the devil religion. The devil religion's people laughed coldly in the face of the tricontinent Kyushu's people's attacks. Demon weapons appeared in their hands, and they fought with the living beings again. 9 cauldrons gather and command the 9 families. 9 purple lightning cauldrons floated around Du Xiaofu's body, and terrifying purple lightning bolts struck, shattering the void. His gaze swept across all the battlefields, and then he looked away and shouted, "Where's the Nong family? The Nong family is here. Listen to the Rock Emperor's order and slay the gods and demons." A loud voice reverberated through the sky and into Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes to look towards the direction the voice came from, and he saw that the surging water of the 4,000 kilometers long river in Central Prefecture had been replaced by blood, and it had become a surging and roaring river of blood. On the river of blood, countless figures danced and collided with the people of the devil religion. Among them, led by Old Man Daipai, Jiang Yuechan, and Zhou Shaoluo, there were Saint Martial Realm, Martial Domain Realm, Martial Venerable Realm, and Dominator Realm cultivators. Their bodies were soaked in blood, and their battle weapons glowed as they fought fiercely. Du Xiaofu looked away and shouted again, "Where's the Confucian school?" "The Confucian school is here. We obey the Grand Shaman's order and slay the gods and demons." On the other side of the battlefield, the experts of the Confucian school heard Du Xiaofu's shout and responded in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. At the same time, they were also fighting fiercely with the people of the devil religion. Meng Qianhe, Kong Sansi, and other people that Du Xiaofu was familiar with were among them. "Where's the Taoist school?" Du Xiaofu shouted again. "The Taoist school is here. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor and slay the gods and demons." On another battlefield, Su Yangzi, Daoist Qing Feng, and the others of the Taoist school responded loudly as they launched terrifying attacks, and blood splashed everywhere. "Where's the Maha's school?" "The Maha's school is here. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor and slay the gods and demons." "Where's the Yinyang school?" "The Yinyang school is here. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor and slay the gods and demons." On the battlefield in the land of the 9 prefectures, shouts and replies resounded through the heavens and the earth, shaking all directions. Du Xiaofu glanced at each of the shouts and saw Hu Xuanhu and Mo Runan from the Maha's school, Qi Yeshi, Qi Yejuan, Qi Xingchen from the Yinyang school, and so on. In these 5 places, the masters of the agricultural school, the Confucian school, the Taoist school, the Maha's school, and the Yinyang school were fighting with their lives on the line. Du Xiaofu heaved a long sigh and frowned. Once again, he roared, "Where is Buddhism?" His voice reverberated through the world. "What about Buddhism?" After a while, he didn't hear any reply, and Du Xiaofu's frown deepened. However, right when he was about to repeat his question, a resonant Buddhist chant suddenly resounded from the west. Amit Ba. As the Buddhist chant resonated, endless light shone and illuminated the void. Monks dressed in kasayas stepped out and entered everyone's line of sight. Du Xiaofu looked around and saw the Buddhist sect's ninefold spirit, Hung Luan, the old monk that he had seen before, and a few other Saint Realm experts. Now that the 9 cauldrons are gathered, the Buddhist school will follow the orders of the Rock Emperor. Amit Ba. After the old monk chanted the Buddhist chant again, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he led many Buddhist masters to a battlefield and started a fight with the devil religion. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. The Buddhist school had always been vague. They didn't have too much involvement with any forces and didn't participate in any disputes. Du Xiaofu had always been worried that they would ignore the teachings of the Master of the 3,000 Worlds and not listen to his orders. However, the Buddhist school's actions made him feel relieved. Chapter 2647. Du Xiaofu's frown eased a little as he watched the Buddhists rush into the battlefield. No matter what the Buddhists' attitude was, as long as they obeyed the order, everything would be fine. Du Xiaofu slowly retracted his gaze from the group of monks. Once again, he shouted, "Where is the school of vertical and horizontal?" His loud voice reverberated in the air, lingering in the air for a long time without stopping. However, after a long while, other than the roars of countless creatures below, there was no response. "Where is the school of vertical and horizontal?" Du Xiaofu shouted again. His voice shook the 9 heavens, causing the sea of thunder and red clouds above his head to roll even more violently. This loud sound had already spread into the territory of the school of vertical and horizontal. Old ancestor, Du Xiaofu has already gathered the 9 purple thunder profound cauldrons and commanded the 9 families. What should we do now? In the main hall of the school of vertical and horizontal, an old man kept pacing back and forth. His anxious expression was overflowing with his words. Su Sanyan and the other experts were all gathered below. They lowered their heads and asked in fear, "Is there still no response from the main clan of the upper realm?" The old man's hurried figure suddenly stopped. His old face frowned as he asked the crowd below. "Old ancestor, no," Su Sanyan said with a long face and cupped his hands towards the old man. "Bastard!" Smack! The old man picked up a porcelain cup on the table and smashed it on the ground, smashing it into pieces. Why is there no response from the main clan of the upper realm?" After saying "why" 3 times in a row, the old man hurriedly paced back and forth again. He looked distressed. "If they agree, we can leave this realm at any time. We don't have to go through this flood anymore. The calamity of this realm has nothing to do with us," Su Sanyan said with a look of regret. "Old ancestor, does the main clan of the upper realm not care about us anymore?" someone asked anxiously. His voice sounded like he was about to cry. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The eyes of the old man at the head of the hall narrowed as he immediately reprimanded. However, this reprimand was clearly lacking in confidence. "Only 2 people of our clan who are at the sage accomplished realm or above can leave this place without any hindrance. But the others can only stay here. None of them can leave." Someone else spoke up, feeling incomparably anxious. "I don't care about that anymore. Let's just let them go one by one." The old man let out a long sigh and exchanged glances with the other old man in the hall. "Go." After the 2 exchanged a glance, they didn't hesitate any longer. The 2 figures rushed out of the hall and rushed towards the sky. They left in an extremely straightforward manner. Patriarch. When they saw this scene, the other members of the school of vertical and horizontal all screamed. At this point, how could they not understand that their 2 progenitors had made a prompt decision to abandon the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal to leave this world in order to save their own lives? Patriarch doesn't care about us anymore. Many of them collapsed to the ground, their hearts filled with despair. Where is the school of vertical and horizontal? At this moment, Du Xiaofu's loud voice resounded between the heavens and the earth, and it entered the ears of every member of the school of vertical and horizontal. What should we do? Su Sanyen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he muttered to himself. When the heavens and the earth first appeared, they had already contacted the main clan in the upper world. With the help of the main clan, they wanted the entire school of vertical and horizontal to leave this world. In this way, the entire school of vertical and horizontal would no longer have to listen to the teachings left behind by the master of the 3000 cosmos. However, after such a long time, they did not receive any response from the upper world. With their strength, it was impossible for them to leave this world. In the past, the heavens and the earth were suppressed, and people from the outside world could not enter. But now, no one cared about them. This made all of the members of the school of vertical and horizontal feel extremely sad and indignant. Divine Ancestor, what should we do now? Someone knelt beside Su Sanyen, hugged his thigh, and said in a trembling voice. A similar scene to the school of vertical and horizontal was happening in the other two clans. School of Famous Ancestor, Du Xiaofu has gathered the 9 cauldrons. He has already commanded the school of Farmer, school of Taoism, school of Confucianism, school of Moism, and school of Yinyang. Now it's the school of vertical and horizontal's turn. Only the school of vertical and horizontals and legalisms are left. Should we go to war or, as the school of Famous's divine ancestor, Hui Wu had no idea at this time. Facing the ancestor of the clan, he could not hide his anxiety and asked for instructions. Is there any news from the main clan in the upper world of Famous? The ancestor of Famous asked. No news. We have already contacted the upper world, but the news we sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea. We did not receive any response at all. We don't know if something has happened. Hui Wu replied. There shouldn't be any changes in the upper world. I'm afraid they don't care about us anymore. The ancestor of Famous sighed, and he was incomparably sad. Why doesn't the main clan in the upper world care about us? Some of the powerhouses of Famous felt uneasy and puzzled at the same time. Just as the ancestor of Famous was about to say something, his mind suddenly moved, and the power of his primordial spirit detected some unusual movements. What are those 2 old fellows from the school of vertical and horizontal trying to do? In his perception, 2 vast auras were rushing out of the school of vertical and horizontal, flying towards the 9 heavens. Could it be soon? He understood the purpose of those 2 people, and could not help but be surprised. Ancestor, what happened? Hui Wu was puzzled when he saw the ancestor's expression. Nothing. The ancestor of Famous did not answer, but said, Du Xiaofu has the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. I'm afraid our Famous family can't avoid this battle. Gather everyone and prepare to listen to the order. I'll make a move first to take a look at the situation. With that, the ancestor of Famous family disappeared in front of Hui Wu. It was unbelievably fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ancestor, Hui Wu was about to ask something, but a sentence was stuck in his throat. Legalism. Unlike the school of vertical and horizontal, and the Famous family, legalism was currently in a fierce dispute. What's the point of arguing about this at a time like this? Facing the many legalism experts in the hall, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a dirty face spoke angrily. His sharp gaze swept across everyone with a strong questioning gaze. Sigh, in the past, it was our legalism that let down that child and his family of 4. Everything that happened today was caused by our coercion. An old woman next to him sighed. The wrinkles on her face piled up with a worried expression. It was Elder Ming. No matter what, does our legalism have to be manipulated by others like in the primordial era? A short legalism expert glared at the disheveled middle-aged man and the old woman, flicking his sleeves and saying, If the 9 cauldrons are not gathered, the 9 families will not appear. If the 9 cauldrons are gathered, the 9 families will be commanded. This is the instruction left behind by the Master of 3,000 worlds, a contract made in the primordial era. We can't not abide by it. At the side, an expert spoke up, but it attracted the cold glare of the short expert. That's right. Moreover, we've contacted the main clan of the upper realm and wanted them to take away some of the young and weak disciples of legalism in this realm, but we didn't receive any response. Now, other than abiding by the primordial oath of alliance, we don't have any other choice. We can only raise our clans and fight. Elder Ming spoke with a long sigh. The main clan didn't respond, but it doesn't mean that we have to listen to Du Xiaofu's orders. The orders of the Master of 3,000 worlds are only matters of the primordial era. You have to know that this is the great calamity of the devil religion. Once we participate in the war, can our legalism still be preserved? An old man beside the short middle-aged man said, "If you want to fight, your Han family can fight. My Qin family will definitely not participate." The short middle-aged man snorted coldly. "All right. We'll fight. No matter what, that kid is my nephew. I've already let him down in the past. At such a critical moment, if I don't do anything, I'm not worthy of being his second uncle, and I won't have the face to face my sister," the sloppy middle-aged man said with red eyes. He fiercely drank all the wine in the wine jar in his hand, and then smashed the empty wine jar on the ground. "Those who are willing to fight, follow me. If you're afraid of death, then you can just stay here. I hope that after the great calamity, you can still keep your lives." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he strode out of the hall. Behind him, a portion of the legalism disciples hesitated for a moment before following him. "Sigh. We're not only paying off our debts, but also for the survival of our legalism." Elder Ming sighed and staggered out, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. In the outside world, Du Xiaofu stood in the sky and frowned fiercely. After shouting twice, he actually didn't hear a response from the people of Zongheng. He couldn't help but feel a strong chill in his heart. Subsequently, under the cover of the energy of his origin spirit, he sensed the movement from the school of Zongheng. His gaze swept over, and he saw 2 figures directly tear through the sky and head straight for the sky. The strength of these 2 people was at the perfection stage of the Saint Realm. After they charged into the sky, their tyrannical strength erupted, and a long and narrow rift was torn open in space. Their figures didn't stop in the slightest and drilled into it. Du Xiaofu used the energy of his origin spirit to pry, and he found out the identity of these 2 people. They were the 2 experts from the school of Zongheng. In next to no time, not long after these 2 people appeared, another figure shot out from the distance and similarly charged into the sky. This figure charged out from where the school of Zongheng was. The ferocious red clouds and sea of lightning were directly torn apart by the hands of this expert, and an enormous spatial rift appeared, and a strange aura was transmitted in through the rift. This aura didn't belong to this world. Want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Seeing such a scene, Du Xiaofu frowned and waved his hand. Among the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons around him, 3 of the divine lightning cauldrons whizzed out rapidly. Large amounts of purple gold lightning poured out, dragging a long tail of light as they directly went to the 2 spatial rifts. The great calamity is upon us, and countless people shed their blood to fight against the devil religion with their lives. Instead of fighting, you violated the primordial contract. Greedy for life and afraid of death, you intend to escape. Your crimes are punishable by death. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth, and a strong murderous intent shot out from his eyes. The words that came out of his mouth almost popped out one word at a time: suppress. Rumble, as his voice fell, the 3 divine lightning cauldrons moved through the sky at an incomparably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they flashed into the 2 spatial rifts. Terrifying purple-gold lightning surged out, roaring fiercely. As the lightning intertwined, pillars of lightning that were like heavenly pillars bombarded the heads of the three people. Three blood-curdling screams sounded one after another. The three figures were directly struck out of the spatial rifts, and were crushed by the huge pillars of lightning. Three muffled sounds reverberated. Under the bombardment of the purple lightning cauldrons, the three Sage Realm experts' bodies directly exploded. Even their primordial spirits did not have the chance to escape and were brazenly killed. It's the patriarchs of the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of famed. They were directly killed by the Rock Emperor. The great calamity is upon us, and everyone is fighting a bloody battle. They actually still want to escape with their lives. They deserve to die. The Sage Realm patriarchs did not even care about their own clansmen and only thought of escaping from this realm. The more afraid of death, the faster they die. The Rock Emperor killed them well. The disciples of the Confucian school of thought will not be so greedy and afraid of death. We will follow the Grand Witch and swear to kill the devil religion. Kill many experts from the Confucian school, Taoist school, Mahist school, school of agriculture, and school of Yin-Yang saw this scene, and some of them could not help but speak out. Everyone's eyes were filled with a strong sense of disdain. However, no one paid too much attention to this. They continued to be immersed in the battle against the devil religion. Du Xiaofu stood tall in the sky, his purple robe fluttering. After killing the three Sage Realm experts, the three purple lightning cauldrons whistled back once again. He did not hold back when he attacked. Those who could shake the resolve of living beings to face the calamity must not be allowed to exist. Du Xiaofu did not waste any time. He just continued to chant. For the third time, his voice shook the sky. Where is the school of vertical and horizontal? The aura in his body had already begun to brew. He was silently counting the time in his heart. If the school of vertical and horizontal did not respond within 3 breaths, he did not mind temporarily ignoring the devil religion and personally erasing the school of vertical and horizontal from this realm. Du Xiaofu, the school of vertical and horizontal will fight. But this time, not long after Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a voice responded. Divine Ancestor, are we really going to fight? An expert from the school of vertical and horizontal unwillingly asked Su Sanyan. The Grand Ancestor did not care about us. He only cared about running for his life. However, he still died in the hands of Du Xiaofu. Su Sanyan clenched his fists. Then, he suddenly loosened them and said sadly, What else can we do? We can only fight. I hope that when the time comes, we can still survive. The scene of Du Xiaofu killing the 2 Grand Ancestors was not seen by most of the disciples in the school of vertical and horizontal. However, he clearly saw it with his own eyes. The Grand Ancestor, who had abandoned all the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal, was killed in a single blow. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Under the bombardment of the purple lightning, his body and soul were destroyed. Su Sanyan could imagine that with Du Xiaofu's current strength and means, if the school of vertical and horizontal did not fight, the other party would definitely not be courteous. Let's go, disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal, fight with me. Su Sanyan did not hesitate too much. He could feel that in the distant void, the purple-robed youth's gaze was staring straight at him. It sent chills down his spine. If he did not act quickly, he did not know what that brat would do. Where is the school of vertical and horizontal? Looking at the actions of the school of vertical and horizontal, Du Xiaofu did not continue to pay attention to them. Instead, he continued to ask loudly. Our school of vertical and horizontal will fight. Among the school of vertical and horizontal, Hui Wu spoke. Although his voice was not loud, he knew that Du Xiaofu would definitely be able to hear him. Grand Ancestor, our school of vertical and horizontal actually wanted to escape from this world and abandon us. After listening to Hui Wu's narration, The expressions of many experts from the school of vertical and horizontal were also dim. At this moment, they finally knew that the grand ancestor who had left in a hurry earlier wanted to break through the world's barrier and abandon all of their disciples. Knowing this situation, no one felt good in their hearts. "Let's go." Hui Wu did not say much and led the experts of the school of vertical and horizontal. Legalism is the only thing left. After seeing the situation of the school of vertical and horizontal, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He had always had a grudge against legalism in his heart and could not let it go. However, there were his second uncle and elder Ming in legalism. Du Xiaofu still had some respect for these two people in his heart. However, in the face of a great calamity, personal respect was not worth mentioning in the face of the survival of this world. If legalism did not come out to fight, he would definitely not be merciful. Where are the people of legalism? Du Xiaofu's loud shout resounded through the 9 heavens. I don't care if legalism comes or not, but we're coming. Just as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a loud voice drifted through the sky. Du Xiaofu was surprised to discover that in the distance, a large group of figures had already soared into the sky and were fighting with the people of the devil religion. Among those people, there was his second uncle and elder Ming. Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Such a scene was beyond his expectations. However, at the same time that Du Xiaofu's heart relaxed, his gaze also slowly deepened. In legalism, his second uncle, elder Ming, and many others had already appeared on the battlefield, but there were still many experts who did not make a move. Are you still thinking of continuing to hide at a time like this? Du Xiaofu whispered coldly. Standing high in the sky, his gaze shot towards legalism. His figure moved, and with a flash of light, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared in the area where legalism was. If the rest of legalism want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. The purple-robed figure stood high in the sky and spoke coldly. His voice rang in the ears of everyone in legalism. Du Xiaofu, don't think that legalism will be afraid of you just because you have the 9 cauldrons. In legalism, the short old man stood on the ground. A terrifying array flashed with light, enveloping the entire legalism. Is that so? Du Xiaofu frowned. After a cold snort, he waved his sleeves, and the 9 divine lightning cauldrons roared and moved at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Under Du Xiaofu's control, large amounts of lightning poured out from the 9 divine lightning cauldrons. Numerous thick bolts of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, and they were like numerous rivers of stars that were pouring down. The powerful fluctuations of energy caused space to explode apart inch by inch. Since the 9 cauldrons have appeared, they command the 9 families. How can your school of legalism act independently and ignore the ancient contract? Du Xiaofu said coldly and attacked without hesitation. Since these legalism people were not willing to participate in the battle, then let them all die. Disciples of legalism, listen to my order. Use all your strength to protect the array. Now that everyone in the outside world is busy dealing with the devil religion, I don't believe that Du Xiaofu alone can easily break our legalism's heavenly law astral wheel array. The short expert gave the order and spoke to the many experts left behind by legalism. While speaking, he was actually a little nervous. He did not know Du Xiaofu's specific cultivation. He only heard that Du Xiaofu had reached the half-step heavenly saint realm in the demon realm when the demon god was on the move a few years ago. The legalism's heavenly law astral wheel array was said to be able to withstand the joint attack of a perfected 100-sage realm expert. It was also because of this that he had the confidence to challenge Du Xiaofu. You can defy heaven's evil, but you can't survive the evil you bring upon yourself. Since you don't want to die in the battle with the devil religion, then let me end your lives in advance. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth with an indescribable coldness. As he spoke, He also moved. His arm waved in front of him, and the 9 purple thunder profound cauldrons kept spinning around his body, forming a circle. Terrifying purple gold lightning poured out, dragging long ribbons as it danced high in the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. However, in this magnificence, there was an extremely vast and terrifying energy. Purple thunder profound cauldron, go! Du Xiaofu shouted and waved his arm. A divine thunder cauldron whistled and rushed out, crashing into the array's light shield below. Boom! A violent collision occurred in an instant, and a terrifying explosion shook the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to collapse and tsunamis to occur. The array was immediately shaken by the explosion. Kill! Du Xiaofu continued to wave his hand, and the second divine thunder cauldron moved again, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. The remaining 8 purple thunder profound cauldrons circled around each other in the void, then connected into a straight line and descended from the sky. The tyrannical thunder roared, and a fierce power filled the air. Boom! Almost immediately after the first divine thunder cauldron fell, the second divine thunder cauldron followed closely behind and suddenly bombarded the legalism's heavenly law wheel array. A terrifying explosion sounded, and cracks appeared on the array that was blooming with light. The cracks climbed on the light shield and quickly spread. Boom! 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 The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, every divine thunder cauldron carried an unparalleled power that could destroy everything and brazenly crashed into the array. With each powerful impact, the array continued to crack, and the light dimmed again and again. When the 8th divine thunder cauldron crashed down, the heavenly law wheel array that they relied on to resist directly exploded under the shocked gazes of all the legalism members. It shattered and disappeared without a trace. It's broken. The array is broken. Our legalism's strongest heavenly law wheel array was actually broken just like that. Run. This Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. Run. The array is broken, and the Demon King won't let us go. The school of legalism immediately fell into chaos. One expert after another rushed into the sky, flying in all directions in an attempt to escape. Surrender, we surrender. Rock Emperor, please spare us, let us live. Rock Emperor, we surrender. We are willing to fight and fight against the devil religion. There were also many people who directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and loudly begging for mercy. Du Xiaofu, we were wrong. Legalism will immediately go to war, and we will absolutely obey your orders, and we won't dare to be disloyal. The short expert finally knew how to panic, and he stood on the ground with his legs trembling as he kept retreating. He never expected that Du Xiaofu's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Before the battle, it was said that his cultivation had only broken through to half-step heavenly saint in the demon realm. When did he reach such a terrifying level? Under the fierce bombardment of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons, even legalism's strongest mountain protection array could not resist. Go to war? Don't you think it's too late to say this now? Du Xiaofu coldly snorted. Since he had already come to this point, it was definitely not his style to show mercy. Kill! A cold shout suddenly erupted from his throat, and with a light wave of his hand, the 9th divine thunder cauldron moved fiercely, directly aiming at legalism's location, and fiercely bombarded it. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the force surged. Rocks flew into the air, and boundless purple gold lightning flashed. Many figures who had jumped into the sky suddenly exploded into clouds of blood mist, and not even a trace of them was left. The entire legalism was directly razed to the ground by this attack, and was erased from this world without a trace. The area became flat, and there were only rubble and purple gold lightning snakes all over the ground. That short powerhouse also couldn't escape the calamity, and turned into flying ash. Humph! Du Xiaofu coldly snorted, and the 9 divine thunder cauldrons returned, continuing to hover around him. The school of famers and the school of vertical and horizontal had already admitted defeat and went to war. These people of legalism, when his second uncle, Elder Ming, and many other experts were also going to war, were still thinking of stubbornly resisting and ignoring the ancient oath. Du Xiaofu did not feel that the death of these people was a pity at all. Now that the 9 great families were already fighting, the mission of gathering the 9 cauldrons could be considered completed. For the people of the school of famers and the school of vertical and horizontal, whether they were intimidated by the death of their ancestors or forced to obey his orders due to his prestige, Du Xiaofu did not care, as long as they were willing to fight. Perhaps many of those people had their own ulterior motives, and were thinking of doing work without putting in effort, but Du Xiaofu did not care about this. Once they entered the battlefield and fought with the devil religion, everything would be out of their control. If they did not fight with all their strength, the only result would be to die under the blade of the devil religion. In the great calamity, the more afraid of death, the faster they would die. These people of legalism who were killed were the best example. Chapter 26:48. Legalism is finished. The Rock Emperor is too powerful. He wiped out legalism completely. Serves him right. Those who are afraid of death deserve to die. Rock Emperor, well done. With the 9 cauldrons in hand, Du Xiaofu killed the people from the school of legalism who refused to fight. The great disturbance caused many of the experts on the battlefield nearby to become astounded. At the same time, everyone felt that their anger had been vented, and they all cheered. No one sympathized with those who were afraid of fighting when they were killed. Some of the legalism people who had already stepped into the battlefield sighed and lamented. Sigh. The foundation of legalism in this realm is finished. The upper realm's main race doesn't care about us, and we can't unite as one. This outcome is already predestined. Everyone has their own choices, different choices lead to different outcomes. But the same thing is that everyone has to pay the price for their actions. What's the point of saying so much? Since we've chosen to fight against the devil religion, let's kill them all. Even if we die in the end, we'll die in vain. Kill. Many of the legalism powerhouses who entered the battlefield spoke, but they did not lament too much. They all used their own methods to fight against the devil religion. In the sky, Du Xiaofu kept the 9 cauldrons. He did not feel anything strange after killing so many legalism people. When he met the Lord of the 3,000 upper worlds in the heavenly demonic battlefield, he had said that even if he had the 9 cauldrons, the 9 schools might not be willing to listen to his orders. All of this was built on the foundation of strength. If it were not for his strength, the 9 schools would not have listened to the Lord of the 3,000 upper worlds and suppressed the Nephilim Emperor and Demon God in the heavenly demonic battlefield for so long. If his strength had not reached the heavenly sage realm, and the legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal people all refused to fight, he would not have been able to do anything to them. It's time to go. Du Xiaofu changed his mind and planned to leave this place. In another place, little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, drunkard Dad, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaolin were still fighting against the 8 demon emperors of the devil religion. Among them, a total of 14 half-step heavenly sages were fighting against the 6th demon emperor and 8th demon emperor of the heavenly sage realm. If he had not gone to help them earlier, those people would have been in a very tough situation. Even though the 2 demon emperors, it was not that, it was. Once the 2 heavenly saint stage heavenly demon emperors were unable to defeat the heavenly saint stage heavenly demon emperors, they would choose to leave the battlefield and charge into the battlefield of countless living beings. It would be a huge disaster. With that thought in mind, his body also moved. His entire body erupted with a dazzling purple-gold light as he activated the first style of Fuyao and left this place, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, when he broke through the air, the figures of second brother Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, drunkard dad, and the 8 demon emperors came into his sight. Hee! A bunch of ants, how dare you be fierce in front of me? You've overestimated yourselves. The 8 demon emperors' heavenly sage realm strength burst forth fiercely. His terrifying attacks caused the void to tremble and the earth to tremble. Zhen Qingchun, Yi Piaoling, and the other half-step heavenly sage realm experts were forced to retreat under the 8 demon emperors' ferocious aura. They could only protect themselves and could not resist at all. Puny ant, prepare to die. The 6th demon emperor roared loudly. The demonic chi around him danced wildly and condensed into a blood-red saber. He held it in his hand and slashed it down at Du Xiaojing. The terrifying energy vibrated and slashed Du Xiaojing's petite body, forcing her to retreat. Kill! Du Dingxuan's long spear shook. Unparalleled lightning rushed out and turned into a thick thunder dragon, roaring crazily. So what if you're the demon emperor? Take my palm first. Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body was entrenched in the void. Her huge palm slapped across the sky, suppressing the heavens and earth. However, the 8 demon emperors' arms swung, and Du Xiaoyao's body was sent flying. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out from his mouth and pierced through the void. His huge body rolled for thousands of miles in the void. Then, he got up again and charged toward the 8 demon emperor. Kill! Du Xiaofu didn't delay at all when he arrived. He immediately rushed into the battle circle as soon as he saw what was happening. Emptiness of heaven and earth. He held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand. A sword ray that could pierce through the heavens and earth slashed down vertically, violently tearing the void apart. A terrifying crack appeared, as if it was the abyss of the netherworld. The sword ray was vast, and endless rays of light shot out. It supported the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying energy fluctuation swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, everyone present only felt that the scene before their eyes had turned dark. It was as if this sword ray was the only thing left in the world. It made them tremble for no reason. Seeing such a sword ray slashing toward his head, the 8 demon emperor could not help but feel a strong sense of fear in his heart. Humph! As he snorted coldly, his hands moved as well. 2 balls of demonic chi rapidly gathered in his palms and soared into the sky like waves. Then, with a flip of his wrist, the demonic chi fell from the void and rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a tall and sturdy demonic figure. It was even more frightening than the sword ray that Du Xiaofu had shot out. It carried a ferocious and unparalleled aura. Open for me! The demonic figure let out a loud roar. It raised its arms to the sky and did not dodge. Instead, it directly rushed toward the terrifying sword ray and grabbed it in its hands. Dong dong! A dull sound reverberated, and the void shook violently. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Du Xiaofu's sword ray was blocked by the tall and sturdy demonic figure. Then, the demonic figure slowly lifted it up. Rumble, 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 heaven and earth trembled violently. The vast sword ray was crushed, but under the support of the demonic figure, it could not advance any further. The energy between the two of them kept shattering, and pieces of broken fragments fell high into the sky. For a moment there was a stalemate, and it seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. Kill! Du Xiaofu suddenly yelled and retracted his arm. Then, his figure flashed and directly gave up on the sword light. His figure disappeared from the spot. Fu Yao moved again. Taking advantage of the 8 demon emperor's unpreparedness, he directly appeared in front of him. Then, with the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand, he suddenly attacked again. Tyrannical way of the sword! Du Xiaofu let out a long roar. The sword ray slashed down and landed heavily on the 8 demon emperor's chest. Bam! Caught off guard, the 8 demon emperor was instantly sent flying, and his body was blasted away. As he was sent flying, a dull groan came from his throat. Blood rushed up to his throat, and his face turned a little gray in an instant. Kill! Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. He activated the law of space and chased after the 8-demon emperor again, arriving in front of him in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of purple-gold flowing light rushed out from his body and suppressed the 8-demon emperor. The 9 divine thunder cauldrons whistled through the air, carrying a vast and heavy aura. Endless thunder and lightning poured out in all directions. He knew that his unexpected attack just now might be able to shake the 8-demon emperor, who was at the heavenly saint stage, a little, but it would definitely not be able to inflict too much damage on him. It was too difficult to kill him. Du Xiaofu, you can't kill me. Faced with the power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons, the 8-demon emperor's eyes could not help but show a hint of seriousness. He did not have enough time to react. Vigorous demon chi surged out from his body and enveloped him, forming the most secure defense. In the primordial era, he had already seen the divine power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. The only difference was that the person holding the cauldrons at that time was the Lord of the 3,000 sectors. However, it was undeniable that the power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons in Du Xiaofu's hands was extremely terrifying. After they came out of the unsuppressed space, the invisible laws of this world pressed down on everyone once again. Therefore, even if the difference in cultivation between them was not too big, if they allowed the other party to attack them freely, it would still be an absolute threat. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted sternly. The 9 divine thunder cauldrons exuded a whooshing sound. Like 9 majestic mountains, they brazenly covered the 8-demon emperor's head. However, when the 9 divine thunder cauldrons descended from the sky and were about to hit the 9-demon emperor's body, a huge black palm suddenly appeared in the void in front of the 9-demon emperor and blocked the path of the 9 cauldrons. Bang, bang, bang! When the 9 divine thunder cauldrons collided with the huge palm, it was as if they had collided with a sturdy wall. After each of them let out a deafening sound, they were all sent flying backward. However, the huge black palm did not even tremble. It was as majestic as a mountain. Demon God! Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the 9 cauldrons flew back to his side. He fixed his gaze on the huge palm in front of the 9-demon emperor and then looked at the owner of the huge palm. It was a majestic figure. His head was the blue sky, and his feet were the thick earth. He was like a giant of heaven and earth, standing between heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from his body, and the surrounding void was distorted by that terrifying aura. Cruel and bloody scenes appeared around him, as if everything in this world was being played out. In those scenes there were ferocious beasts slaughtering, mountains of corpses shaking, rivers of blood flowing, living creatures screaming, ghosts crying, and vengeful spirits wailing. The heavens wept blood, the land was filled with wails, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. This was not the first time that Du Xiaofu had seen such a figure. In this world, other than the demon god, who else could have such a terrifying power? You have completed the mission that Lu Xiaoyu left behind. It's time for you to die. Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling nervous, a loud sound suddenly came from the void. The sound waves were like rolling waves, crashing into the wilderness. Just hearing this sound alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was as if one was facing a ferocious and terrifying lord. Chapter 2649. After blocking Du Xiaofu's 9 divine lightning cauldrons, the giant palm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The demonic god's burly body moved. Although it looked extremely slow, it was actually extremely fast. Every step the giant foot took caused the heavens to tremble and the earth to shake. The entire world trembled violently, and the void cracked soundlessly. As the demonic god continued to move, a vast and boundless demonic aura surged and swept through the entire world like a raging storm. In the 9 heavens, the red clouds that occupied half of the sky surged. The blood-red radiance became even brighter, and a ferocious aura surged. Boundless and strange energy rippled out from the red clouds, connecting with the demonic god's body and entering his body. As countless living beings fought below, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the demonic god's aura became even more profound and vast, becoming more and more powerful. A heaven-devouring and earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Wrapped in a ferocious killing intent, he charged directly at Du Xiaofu. In just a short moment, he had already arrived in front of everyone. Is he here to kill me? Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Looking at the demonic god's indomitable body, he couldn't help but feel an immense pressure. That unparalleled aura carried an undisguised killing intent, causing his body to tense up involuntarily. It was obvious that the demonic god's current target was none other than him. At that moment, Du Xiaofu could feel that the demonic god's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Compared to when the two of them fought in the foggy space, he was much, much stronger. The great war has begun. My devil religion is destined to rise. Everyone will die, and you will be the first person I want to kill after I recover. The demonic god spoke, and his loud voice shook the 9 heavens. The red clouds and sea of lightning in the sky trembled. Demonic god, come and fight. Du Xiaofu's robes fluttered as he shouted loudly, and his voice shook the sky. Rumble! Thunder roared and golden light soared into the sky. A majestic aura surged out from Du Xiaofu's body and sword. In an instant it reached an incomparably terrifying level. When his shout fell, every corner of this world could hear it clearly. Du Xiaofu held the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand and pointed it at the Fian Celestial's towering body without fear. The great calamity had long been unavoidable. This day was destined to come, and the battle with the Fiend Celestial was also expected. Even though his current cultivation was not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the demon god, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he pointed his sword at the demon god and took the initiative to declare war. Possessing the thunder martial vein and being chosen by Lu Xiaoyu, I have to say that you, Du Xiaofu, are indeed extraordinary. In just a few decades, he has grown to such a level. He is qualified to be my devil religion's greatest enemy. It's a pity that your current strength is still too weak. If it was before I recovered, I wouldn't have dared to underestimate you. But now, in my eyes, you are no different from an ant. I can destroy you with a flip of my hand. The demon god's head was connected to the boundless red clouds in the sky. His eyes, which were like black suns, turned and looked at the purple-robed young man standing high in the sky. His light but deep and mighty voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Is that so? I've already said that your devil religion kills mercilessly and kills billions of living beings. Since I, Du Xiaofu, am standing at the top of this world, I have to do something for the common people of this world. With my Tao body, I will punish your merciless actions. Even if I am only a bai and not to mention a big tree like you, even if it is the sky, I can still shake it. Du Xiaofu's voice shook the sky. Endless purple-gold thunderbolts roared out from his body. Behind him, in the sea of thunder that occupied half of the sky, large amounts of lightning poured down and connected with his aura. Thunderbolts roared and roared, like heavenly rivers hanging down. The momentum was extremely deceptive. Your ability is not great, but your tone is not small. The demon god snorted and did not continue Du Xiaofu's words. Instead, he said, because of the primordial heavenly Tao, I have been suppressed for so many years. In the end, this world will not be able to escape my control. Soon, it will become a demon domain. The reason why your Du family ancestor engraved the thunder martial vein into the Du family descendant's body seemed to be out of selfishness, for his own descendant. In fact, he left a way out for this world. He hoped that his descendants would be able to use the thunder martial vein to fuse with the 36 spiritual thunders that he had transformed into and form the complete law of thunder and lightning. Then, they would be able to reach his level and fight against me. He had long calculated that he would not be able to completely suppress me. There would be a day when he would break the seal. However, no matter how good he was at scheming, how could he have calculated that the current descendant of the Dew family only had 8 spiritual thunders in his body? You dare to challenge me with this kind of strength? If your ancestors knew about this, I wonder if they would be disappointed. A dignified demon god actually has so much nonsense to say. Du Xiaofu raised the broadsword in his hand and suddenly sneered. He was still in a fighting posture. He had long known about the primordial heavenly Tao. It could be said that everything that happened today had already been planted in the primordial heavenly Tao. The Du family ancestor had suppressed the demon god, causing him to be obliterated by the invisible laws of the world. All of this had long been destined. Today's battle was unavoidable. Du Xiaofu had never planned to escape. Perhaps he had the ability to escape this world and preserve his life. However, if that was the case, the countless family and friends behind him, as well as the citizens of the desolate country, would not be able to avoid the fate of being slaughtered by the devil religion. Regardless of whether he was a match for the demon god, he had to fight. You actually dare to provoke me. It seems like you are really not afraid of death. Since you want to die so much, how can I not fulfill your wish? As the demon god spoke, his arm slowly waved in the void. An unparalleled force was vast and mighty, and a terrifying aura swept out. The extremely thick arm stretched out in the air like a majestic heavenly pillar inserted into the sea, stirring up wantonly. The entire space began to boil with his movements. Nearby, more than 10 half-step heavenly saints, such as Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Jueyu, and others, were directly sent flying as if they were in a violent storm. The Great Demon Emperor, Second Demon Emperor, East Deity, West Demon, Little Xingxing, and the rest of the 10 heavenly saints could not help but retreat. They did not dare to stop in such a boundless storm. That terrifying aura carried a ferocious power that could destroy everything. It attacked everyone's body, causing many heavenly saints to feel their qi and blood tremble. Their bodies were bursting, as if they were about to be torn apart. Chapter 2650. The terrifying commotion was so loud that the entire realm could clearly see it. In every corner of the tricontinent Kyushu realm, all living beings were alarmed. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Many people from the devil religion also stopped killing and looked at the scene in horror. Look, it's the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor is fighting the demon god. Both of their strengths are too terrifying. In our realm, I'm afraid only the Rock Emperor has the strength to fight the demon god. But the demon god is too terrifying. I don't know if the Rock Emperor can defeat him. I hope so. Without the Rock Emperor, this realm can only allow the devil religion to wreak havoc and turn into a devil's realm. Many powerhouses were discussing amongst themselves. As much as they were shocked, they were also looking forward to it. At the same time, many people were very clear about the demon god's true strength. Therefore, they were worried about Du Xiaofu. Lord Demon God. It's Lord Demon God who's fighting with Du Xiaofu. The demon god is fighting. Du Xiaofu is going to die today. Our devil religion is bound to rise. That kid has been jumping around for too long. It's time for him to die. If it weren't for him, even without the demon god, our devil religion would have the ability to control this realm. Letting him die in the hands of the demon god is something to be proud of. The people from the devil religion were also discussing. Everyone looked at the boundless sky and watched the battle between the two. What terrifying strength! Du Xiaofu closed his eyes slightly. A faint purple light flashed on his body, and the cyan spirit armor appeared to resist the violent force outside his body. Even so, his body still trembled under the boundless aura of the demon god, swaying unsteadily in the void. Heavenly thunder punishment! All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu let out a loud roar. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Under the guidance of the law of thunder, a vast thunder rumbled in the sky. Immediately after, a huge thunderbolt of unknown thickness appeared. It tore through the red clouds and sea of thunder in the sky and came crashing down. Terrifying shock waves rippled out, causing the entire world to tremble. In an instant, in the countless battlefields in the Kyushu realm, everyone's primordial spirit realm felt their ears were ringing. Their primordial spirit. You're not weak, but it's just. You. It's not enough. In front of me. The demon god's voice. The demon god's voice. Du Xiaofu. The demon god's voice. Du Xiaofu, the demon god's do boom. Boom. The demon god's palm collided with the thunderbolt. The demon god's terrifying physical body erupted with monstrous power and directly slapped the thunderbolt. A terrifying sound reverberated. Like a mountain of gold being pushed down and a jade pillar toppling, the entire thunderbolt beam was shattered. Pieces of thunderbolt fragments exploded and fell from the sky, smashing countless bottomless pits in the ground below. Above the soil, streaks of thunderbolts shot out, crackling with terrifying electric arcs. In the center of the battle, waves of energy surged and impacted the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Countless creatures and members of the devil religion who were fighting below were turned into ashes by the aftershocks. They died an unnatural death. Danger! Retreat quickly! Everyone, retreat quickly! Retreat! Get as far away as you can. This kind of battle is not something we can watch at close range. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Countless experts in the distance shouted. In an instant, all of them rushed away, covering their heads and fleeing in panic. Many people with profound strength wrapped up the people around them and ran away. They didn't even dare to look back. As for those with weaker cultivation, as long as they were brushed by the terrifying aftershocks, they would have no chance of survival. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Du Xiaofu's figure retreated rapidly in the midst of the raging energy waves. Only after retreating for a distance of 10 million miles did he manage to extricate himself from the raging energy waves. On the other hand, the demon god was still standing in the same place, as if he was not affected by the scene at all. He stood upright in the field. What a powerful physical body! Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched with a strong sense of shock. The demon god was too powerful. Just the strength of his physical body was already so terrifying. After the two of them exchanged blows, the gap between them was obvious. If he hadn't mastered the law of space and the rising wind style, it would have been almost impossible for him to escape unscathed. If he was swept by the fierce energy, he would at least be seriously injured. So many people died. Du Xiaofu's gaze shifted and swept downwards. With the place where they had just exchanged blows as the center, the area within a radius of thousands of miles had become scorched earth. There was no life at all. Not even a blade of grass grew. Among them, who knew how many living beings were unable to retreat in time and directly lost their lives under the terrifying might of the attack. Such a scene caused Du Xiaofu's heart to involuntarily feel extremely desolate. No one could escape the killing calamity of the devil religion. No one knew if they could survive in the end. You run quite fast. At this moment, the demon god's voice sounded in the void. There wasn't much life force fluctuation. Clouds of dark devil chi emanated from his body and swept across the world. As the demonic energy spread out, it condensed into a sharp astral wind that constantly blew away. Chi, chi, chi. Demonic chi gales raged and sliced, causing the void to shatter piece by piece. Like withered leaves that had been swept by the autumn wind, they withered and drifted down in large swaths. Fight! Du Xiaofu shouted again. The purple gold heavenly fault in his hand let out a loud cry. Rays of light erupted and 4 beast-like shadows rushed out, surrounding Du Xiaofu's body. They occupied the void and filled the air with vast power. The thunder martial vein expanded and swept high into the sky, connecting with the sea of thunder behind him. 8 bolts of spiritual thunder rushed out from between his eyebrows and circled around. Finally, they were embedded in the thunder martial vein and located everywhere. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's aura rose to the peak. The law of space and the law of thunder were activated at the same time. The entire world trembled and boiled. Thunder and lightning roared as they rapidly struck down. The space was distorted and distorted, collapsing and moving horizontally. It was like the bricks on a huge wall being moved. The terrifying power was vibrating, and the boundless lightning and giant space blocks kept falling and pressing down on the towering body of the demon god standing between the heavens and the earth. Your courage is commendable, but your strength is insufficient. The demon god spoke loudly and moved. After a few steps, he was less than 100 miles in front of Du Xiaofu. Then, his arm waved in the void again, stirring up the endless wind and clouds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dull sound was emitted along with his movements. Wherever his arm passed, the thunder and solidified space that Du Xiaofu had condensed exploded inch by inch and shattered in the blink of an eye. The torrential devil chi spread out and formed a violent wind. It rushed through and destroyed everything in its path. Kill! Du Xiaofu raised his sword with both hands, and boundless lightning gathered around his body. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all roared out, and an awe-inspiring pressure spread out, filling the air between heaven and earth. A terrifying sword radiance condensed and formed in the blink of an eye. It released an incomparably terrifying aura as if it could split the world apart. The moment the sword light appeared, it descended from the sky and slashed violently at the demon god's arm that was swinging at him. Boom! The sword radiance finally slashed down. However, just like before, such a terrifying attack shattered the moment it landed on the demon god's body. It turned into energy fragments that filled the sky. However, the demon god's arm only paused for a moment in the midst of this attack. Then, it continued to move through the air. The huge palm stretched across the sky and covered a part of the sky. It looked as if the blue sky had collapsed. It gave people a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. Void 8 trigrams rise. Taking advantage of the moment when the demon god paused, Du Xiaofu released the broadsword in his hand. Strange and mysterious handprints flew and condensed between his 10 fingers. With a buzzing sound, the void 8 trigrams appeared and merged with the thunder martial vein outside his body. Its power instantly increased exponentially. It was indescribably mysterious. The heavenly thunder stirred up the earth fire. Mountains and rivers appeared and filled the air with a terrifying aura. However, just as all of this was formed, the demon god's huge palm was already close to Du Xiaofu's side. Heavenly thunder destruction. Du Xiaofu roared with all his might, and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Large patches of thunder roared and moved crazily, directly meeting the demon god's huge palm. Boom, 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 a series of explosions sounded. Terrifying vibrations burst out high in the sky. The sea of thunder and red clouds in the surrounding thousands of miles were scattered by such power. The demon god's palm pressed down on the boundless lightning, shattering it and turning it into a continuous stretch of talisman runes. Then, the palm's momentum did not diminish. Naturally, it shook the void 8 trigrams above Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! In the continuous explosion, another loud sound reverberated through the 3 continents and Kyushu region. The 8 diagrams in the void instantly cracked and then collapsed. Before the demon god's huge palm could reach him, Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying. A long arrow of blood shot out from his mouth and poured into the sky. The purple-robed figure streaked across the sky like withered branches and withered leaves in a storm. In the distance, the countless living beings who saw this scene were all shocked. Xiaofu! Rock Emperor! Human Emperor! Many experts shouted in unison. They were all shocked. They could all see that Du Xiaofu had been severely injured by the demon god's attack. No, I have to go help my father. In the distance, seeing that Du Xiaofu was injured and retreating, little Xingxing stretched out his body and transformed into his dragon form. He was about to rush into the battlefield and join forces with Du Xiaofu to fight against the demon god. Don't go. The demon god's strength is too terrifying. Only that kid can fight against him. He's the person arranged by the 3,000 sectors. I'm sure there will be a turn for the better. Fu Yibai hurriedly pulled little Xingxing back and stopped him from going. What he meant was that since Du Xiaofu was the person chosen by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors, that supreme expert must have expected today's scene and might have made some arrangements. However, even he didn't believe his own words. They were purely words of comfort. However, the first half of his sentence was the truth. Now, apart from Du Xiaofu, there was probably no one who could fight against the demon god head-on. Even heavenly saints like him could not. No matter who went up, they would only be courting death. He could only hope that the kid could fight head-on and save his life. No. I can't watch my father fight against the demon god alone. Little Xingxing was unwilling. He broke free from Fu Yibai's obstruction and rushed over again. Moreover, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaolin, these three little fellows, also moved. They didn't think much and jumped out. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You want to attack Lord Demon God? Just the few of you are not qualified. You guys should first think about how to save your lives in our hands. At this moment, a gloomy laughter rang in everyone's ears. Then, under the gazes of little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, little Qilin, and the rest, 8 figures came from afar. They were the 8 demon emperors of the devil religion. After the 8 of them arrived, they immediately surrounded the East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, and Central Divinity experts. Every one of them was covered in dense demonic aura. How dare you stop me? Kill! When little Xingxing, little Qilin, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaoba, and the rest saw this, they instantly shouted and rushed towards the 8 demon emperors. When Fu Yibai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Jueyu, and the rest saw this, they did not hesitate and immediately started a new round of battle with the 8 demon emperors. In the distance, Du Xiaofu's body's qi circulated continuously and finally stabilized his body in the void. In the unparalleled energy storm earlier, the blue spirit armor on his body had already shattered. His purple robe had also turned into strips of cloth that hung on his body. His ragged appearance made him look extremely miserable. However, at this moment, the demon god's footsteps were like a shadow that followed closely behind him. I have already said that in front of me, you are completely unable to withstand a single blow. The demonic god opened his mouth, and his thick arm had already retracted. His tone gradually became fierce, and his demonic eyes, which were like 2 black suns, emitted an even more terrifying black light. Lowly ants, insignificant worms. I will no longer waste my time with you. Let's end everything now. As the demon god spoke, his hands suddenly swung open. An invisible aura rose from his body. Then, in everyone's eyes, they could see that on the ground rivers of blood were rolling and roaring. There was a terrifying qi steaming up and gathering towards the demon god's hands. At the same time, in the sky above, the red clouds that occupied most of the sky also surged up. In just an instant, the entire world was filled with a hazy blood-red haze. Every inch of space was like this. The earth was shaking, the space was trembling, and the sky was tearing apart. Traces of blood-red qi steamed up from the ground and gathered continuously. The demon god's aura became even more terrifying in the dark. His palms were directly grabbed by 2 balls of blood that were glowing with a terrifying scarlet color. No one knew how much blood it contained. The 2 powerful arms swung and suddenly joined together. The 2 balls of blood were instantly kneaded together. Buzz, when the 2 balls of blood joined together, an indescribable strange atmosphere was created between heaven and earth. A brutal and ferocious aura filled the air and suppressed the primordial spirits of every living creature. In just an instant, all living creatures felt as if the blood in their bodies had stopped flowing. Even breathing became difficult. Oh no! Feeling such a terrifying atmosphere, Du Xiaofu could not help but exclaim in his heart. Not to mention the other living beings, even he could not circulate his qi smoothly. Even his thunder martial vein was sealed. The space around him seemed to have solidified. The law brand in his primordial spirit shone brightly, but the law of space and the law of lightning could not be used. It was as if all of his cultivation had been sealed, and he could not use it at all. Die! The demon god shouted softly. His arms moved gently, and the ball of blood that had gathered was pushed by him. It was like an incomparably majestic mountain that swept across the void. With that speed, it passed through the boundless space in a flash and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. In the void, the purple-robed young man's eyes widened. He used all his strength and retreated rapidly. However, after his cultivation was imprisoned, his speed was greatly reduced. He could not dodge such an attack at all. He could not even form an effective defense. He could only watch the ball of blood attack land on his body. Boom! In the next moment, a loud bang reverberated. It was as if thousands of mountains had collapsed and thousands of waves had roared. It was also as if a huge mountain had crashed into the vast sea. The boundless sound shook the heavens and the earth. The ball of blood attack exploded in an instant. It was as if a sea of blood had spread high in the sky. Monstrous red waves surged and rushed to every corner of this world. Then, large amounts of blood gurgled down and sprinkled high in the sky. In this world, a rain of blood began to fall. It was endless, falling on the bodies of the living beings, dyeing all of them into bloody figures. Rock Emperor! Brother! Xiaofu! At this moment, in the tricontinent Kyushu realm, the living beings who were watching felt as if time had stopped. No one cared that their bodies were soaked by the blood rain. They only stared blankly at the sky as if they were looking for a miracle. They were all looking for the figure of that young man. Some people with profound cultivations could sense that after the demon god's terrifying attack landed, there was a strong wave of light fluctuating out. Needless to say, that was definitely the Rock Emperor's defensive means. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the purple-robed figure was still alive. What is this? Among the gurgling blood rain, a living being stretched out his hand and caught a stream of purple-gold rain. He was puzzled. Rock Emperor. This is the Rock Emperor's blood. It's purple gold. Soon, the living beings also noticed that the purple gold blood carried Du Xiaofu's aura. It must be his blood. Blood, there's purple gold blood everywhere. One after another, many living beings noticed the situation around them. They saw the purple gold blood that was unique to Du Xiaofu's body and the red blood pouring down from the sky. Although the amount of blood in each area was not much, if they were all gathered together, it would be too huge. Where's the Rock Emperor? Where's the Rock Emperor? Why can't I see him? Some living beings panicked and hurriedly turned around on the spot, still looking for the purple-robed young man. However, as they continued to search, everyone began to despair. Because no matter who it was, they couldn't find the young man's figure. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. The Rock Emperor has fallen. Finally, some people began to admit the truth in their hearts, even though no one was willing to admit it. The news quickly spread among all the living beings. The Rock Emperor has fallen. The Rock Emperor! Countless living beings began to roar. They had to admit that under the terrifying attack of the demon god, the Rock Emperor, who everyone regarded as the hope of this realm, had fallen. From then on, no one could deal with the demon god. In the end, this realm would not be able to survive. It would turn into a demonic realm, and everyone would die tragically. Kikik, your Rock Emperor is dead. His body and soul have been destroyed. Kikik, that little bastard Du Xiaofu is dead. Who else can stop the devil religion? With the Lord Demon God leading, the rise of the devil religion is unstoppable. Kill as you please. Kikik. Countless experts of the demonic sect laughed sinisterly. They were all extremely pleased with the outcome. The Lord Demon God's means were not something that a puny Du Xiaofu could compare to. How could he have survived such a terrifying attack? Now that Du Xiaofu was dead, all living beings in this realm would be slaughtered like chickens and pottery dogs. They would be at his mercy. The remaining few heavenly saints were intimidated by the 8 demon emperors. They could not do anything at all. Once the Lord Demon got attacked again, they would only end up like Du Xiaofu. They would die without leaving anything behind. The Rock Emperor, the Rock Emperor, many living beings cried in grief. Their hearts were broken. The death of the purple-robed young man indicated that the only hope left in this realm had been destroyed. Kill. Kakik. This realm belongs to the devil religion. Kakik. The experts of the devil religion laughed. The demon weapons in their hands emitted a ferocious aura. Everyone was extremely excited as they launched a fierce attack on the living beings not far away. Chapter 26:51. Father, Brother, Xiaofu, Third Young Master, in the various battlefields, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and the rest of the people from the desolate country were all in despair. The demon god's terrifying attack landed directly on Du Xiaofu's body and shattered it. Not a single piece of his body was left intact. How could he die? How could he die? Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, Ouyang Shuang, Qi Yeshi, Sima Muhan, Yi Zijin, Zishuan, and the rest of the girls were all gloomy as their slender bodies trembled. However, they could not deny this fact. The young man who always had a smirk on his face had already disappeared from this world. The girls' eyes flickered as tears fell from their eyes. Young clan leader, Grand Witch, Rock Emperor, Human Emperor, the golden-winged Great Rocks, Confucians, Mahists, School of Agriculture, and the Divine Temple of the human race were all extremely sorrowful as they cried out. Everyone's hearts were filled with indescribable pain. The living beings in this realm, those with weaker cultivations, were all stunned at this moment. They could not imagine how the entire Kyushu realm of the 3 continents would be able to fight against the devil religion without the existence of the purple-robed young man. Could this world really only become a devil's realm? At this point, no one was afraid of death. They were only afraid of dying in vain. Even if countless living beings were to pile up, they would not be able to crush the ferocious aura of the devil religion. Not to mention, there was still the most powerful demon god. No, my father will not die so easily. Just when everyone was heartbroken, little Xingxing suddenly took a step forward and shouted loudly. The mark between her eyebrows emitted a strange light, and her pair of clear eyes were filled with a solemn affirmation. That's right. I also don't think that kid will die just like that. You must know that he was chosen by the dragon god from the 3,000 boundless worlds. Even if his current strength is far from the demon gods, he shouldn't have fallen like this. Fu Yibai also walked out of the crowd. His sloppy old face had an extremely serious expression. East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, and North Qi, the 4 heavenly saint powerhouses, nodded in agreement. That kid is very strange. He has experienced this kind of situation more than once, but every time, he would come back alive and well. Moreover, he would be even stronger than before. This time, I'm afraid there will be another miracle. The Saint Array Boy Jin Qingchun said as he looked at the group of half-step heavenly saints around him. Boss will definitely be fine. If he died so easily, would he still be my boss? Du Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with golden light as he said with certainty. After hearing little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, Zhen Qingchun, and Du Xiaoyao's words, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaoba, Little Qilin, and dozens of others couldn't help but have hope reignited in their hearts. Du Xiaofu had died once in order to save Du Xiaojing. In the heavenly devil battlefield, when the demon god's primordial spirit escaped, he had also died once. But these 2 times, He had returned in one piece, and his strength had improved. This time, after receiving the demon god's terrifying attack, he might have the chance to be reborn like before. Kiki. Lord Demon God has made his move, and Du Xiaofu is already dead. You guys are still fantasizing about him being reborn. What a joke. Kiki. At this moment, the voices of the 8 demon emperors were heard. Everyone looked up and saw the 8 demon emperors of the heavenly saint realm shooting over like lightning from afar. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of everyone. Du Xiaofu is dead, and no one in this realm can stop our devil religion's massacre. Prepare to die. The second demon emperor shouted, and his demonic aura swept out. In an instant, he rushed into the crowd and fought with Fu Yibai. Devil religion's thieves kill. Little Xingxing shouted, and his dragon body spread out. His wings flapped, and terrifying flames flew out to meet the great demon emperor's sharp claws that were covered in black scales. Soon, an intense battle began again. Kill without restraint, Kakik. In this realm, all the living beings were still immersed in the grief of the Rock Emperor's death, but many people of the devil religion were abnormally excited. They raised the devil sabers in their hands and began the massacre. Du Xiaofu was dead, and the demon god had fully recovered, which gave them a strong sense of confidence. Rock Emperor. Without the Rock Emperor, how are we going to fight this war? With the Rock Emperor's death, no one can stop the great calamity. Without the human emperor who can fight against the demon god, countless living beings were filled with fear and sorrow. Even when the devil religion's butcher's knife descended on their heads, they didn't have much confidence to resist. In their hearts, the purple-robed youth was like the highest faith. Even if he wasn't a match for the demon god, as long as he was still alive, everyone's hearts would still have the final hope to fight against the devil religion. However, after his death, it was like a pillar that supported the sky had suddenly collapsed. The spiritual pillar in the hearts of all living beings also collapsed with him. They only had endless fear for the demon god and the devil religion, and they didn't have much courage or faith to fight. Even though many people would still fight with all their might, their hearts were like dead ashes. With Du Xiaofu's death, our devil religion is no longer a threat. Kill, kill, countless people from the devil religion raised their swords and ferociously charged forward with an imposing aura. With the continuous killing, everyone's aura became thicker and fiercer. The scarlet aura that filled the sky vibrated, and the red clouds in the sky became darker and darker. They released a terrifying aura that forced the boundless sea of lightning on the other side to retreat. Our main clan in the upper realm doesn't care about us, and our ancestor has abandoned us. Du Xiaofu is also dead. How can we fight against the devil religion? Run. The devil religion is too fierce. We can't win at all. Let's just run for our lives. Ba. Where can we run to? There are people from the devil religion everywhere. I'm afraid we can't stop this great calamity. The people from the Buddhism, and school of vertical and horizontal among the 9 great families were all panicking. They all wanted to leave the battlefield and escape on their own. However, what made them feel even more despair was that everywhere in this realm was filled with people from the devil religion. No matter where they ran, the demonic swords would follow closely behind them, ready to reap their lives at any time. Kill! The people from the devil religion cheered. In the midst of the killing, they would occasionally glance at the huge demonic figure standing between the heavens and the earth. They all felt reverence, and at the same time, endless fighting spirit was born. High up in the sky, the rain of blood was still pouring down, dyeing the entire world red. However, in such a scene where all the living beings were fighting, no one noticed that when the blood rain fell to the ground, the drops of purple gold blood all flowed in one direction, as if they were being guided by some invisible force and were moving on their own. As time passed, the purple gold blood that fell all over the 3 continents in the Kyushu realm crossed the broken walls and flowed through the ruins, gathering at an incredible speed. Such a subtle movement did not attract the attention of many people, except for the demon god. He's not dead yet? The demon god stood between the heavens and the earth, muttering to himself. He could feel that as the purple-gold blood on the ground continued to gather, waves of vitality were also produced at the same time, falling into his perception. Time passed slowly, and the drops of blood gathered more and more, finally converging into a small purple-gold spring, dazzling and emitting a vast vitality. Buzz, an invisible wave spread between the heavens and the earth, causing every living being to clearly feel the tremors in their souls. What's going on? Where did this wave come from? Which expert is it? Such a powerful wave, I'm afraid it's at least the cultivation of a heavenly saint or above. Soon, many living beings also discovered this abnormality, and they were all extremely shocked. On the side of the devil religion, everyone could not help but shudder in their hearts, as if they had sensed something terrifying. Dad, it's Dad's aura. Xiaofu. The Rock Emperor, it's the Rock Emperor's vitality wave. This aura seems to belong to Du Xiaofu. Could it be that he's not dead yet? Many living beings who were fighting stopped and discussed in disbelief. Some of the more profound cultivators discovered that this strange wave contained Du Xiaofu's aura. Look, boss is over there. Little demon Du cried out loudly. He immediately discovered the source of the commotion. There was a purplish gold-colored spring of blood gathered there. Little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Jueyu, and the other powerful people looked in the direction Du Xiaoyao was pointing and also saw the situation there. Under everyone's gaze, the purple-gold blood spring released an incomparably intense radiance, slowly expanding from the flat ground and gradually condensing. As countless drops of purple-gold blood gathered from all directions, in the end, the standing blood spring slowly transformed into the silhouette of a human, gradually rising and floating in the air. Xiaofu. Brother! Dad! Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaowang, and the others all exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. Apart from Du Xiaofu, who else could have condensed a human figure? You're actually able to survive my attack. I have to say, your strength is indeed very strong. The demon god's loud voice resounded throughout the world. His towering body turned and stepped in the direction of Du Xiaofu. With a single step, he crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and soon appeared near Du Xiaofu. The demon god is indeed powerful and difficult to match, but it won't be that easy for you to truly kill me. The human figure condensed from purple-gold blood opened his mouth, his entire body releasing a dazzling radiance. Within the purple-gold radiance, ferocious lightning bolts shot out and circled around his body like swimming dragons, making crackling sounds. Du Xiaofu's body was completely enveloped by the purple-gold radiance and countless lightning bolts as he rapidly rose into the sky and arrived at the highest point of the heavens. The vast aura fluctuation hung in the sky like a scorching sun, allowing every living being in the world to clearly see it. Rock Emperor! Look, that's the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor isn't dead, he's still alive. The demon god's terrifying attack didn't kill him. He's still alive. The Rock Emperor is really still alive. God bless our world. As long as the Rock Emperor isn't dead, the devil religion will never be truly victorious. There's still hope for our world, there must be hope. The Rock Emperor! The Rock Emperor! Countless creatures saw this shocking scene and cried out one after another. Everyone was extremely excited. The moment they sensed that Du Xiaofu had died, everyone had already lost all hope. However, at this moment, everyone became excited. It turned out that the Rock Emperor wasn't dead. As long as he was alive, there was still hope for this world, and the devil religion wouldn't be truly victorious. All living beings were reignited with hope. You just have the same indestructible Xian body as Lu Xiaoyu. It's just that you're far from Lu Xiaoyu's strength and aren't truly indestructible. You must have relied on some special method to preserve your life. I just don't know if you've used up that method. If not, then this time you can only face death." The demon god looked at Du Xiaofu, who was bathed in boundless radiance, and said aloud, "You're right, I relied on some special method to preserve my life. But that's not important. What's important is that I'm still alive." Du Xiaofu spoke in a loud voice that resounded throughout this world. The demon god was right. The reason why he was able to survive the previous attack was because of a brocade box. And this brocade box was the one that he had coaxed and pestered from Fu Yibai and the others. It contained a defense formed by the East Immortal, the West Demon, the South Scholar, the North Addict, and the Central Divinity. It was said that once it was opened, as long as he didn't encounter the demon god at his peak, he would be able to escape safely. Therefore, when the demon god's attack landed on him, Du Xiaofu felt an extremely great threat. It wasn't something that he could resist with his strength, so he didn't hesitate to use the brocade box. But today, the demon god had already recovered to his peak in the space that wasn't suppressed. Even though the space was shattered and this world suppressed him, it was enough to allow him to unleash the limit of this world's power. It was precisely because of this that the defense formed by Fu Yibai's group of 5 was instantly blasted apart, and the extremely terrifying remnant force directly smashed onto Du Xiaofu's body, causing his body to directly crumble apart. However, it was also because of the defense in the brocade box that even though Du Xiaofu's body was shattered and his origin spirit dispersed, he was still not completely annihilated. Relying on the strength of the immortal Xian body, his shattered physical body, his destroyed primordial spirit, and the purple-gold blood rain that fell from the sky, he was able to preserve a trace of life and leave behind a seed to reform his true body. With the indestructible profound body tempered by the purple lightning profound cauldron, even if his body was crushed into powder, as long as a trace of his origin spirit wasn't destroyed, he could be reborn at any time. I can crush you once, and I can similarly obliterate you a second time. I'm very curious what other methods you have to contend against me this time." The demon god spoke, and his demonic eyes that were like 2 black suns turned as he stared intently at Du Xiaofu. His tone was filled with extreme contempt. Even if this kid before him had endless methods, he would definitely not be able to survive in his hands. "Cut the crap, let's fight." Du Xiaofu suddenly let out a loud roar from his throat, and his voice was like a bell that resounded through the void. Boom! Endless radiance swept out from his body, and thunder roared as it struck down, shattering everything. He wasn't looking down on the demon god, but this battle was unavoidable. Du Xiaofu knew very well that the demon god's power had already reached the limit of this world, surpassing the strength possessed by a Sky Sage realm cultivator. If one were to really compare, he wasn't inferior to the Du family's ancestor who had fused with the heavenly Tao back then. It was only because the Du family's ancestor had the heavenly Tao body that he could mobilize the invisible laws of this world, that he could suppress the demon god. Such strength was definitely not something that the current Du Xiaofu could reach. However, as long as he didn't die, there was no reason for the devil religion to run rampant. Looks like you really don't want to die fast enough. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you? The demon god spoke in a calm tone, but his words were filled with an unparalleled murderous intent. As he spoke, one of the demon god's arms danced, and a fist that was like a mountain moved horizontally in the void. An unparalleled force swept out, crushing down on Du Xiaofu. Outside his body, layers of billowing devil qi transformed into countless ferocious scenes. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared vividly, and tragic cries and screams were incessant. Kill! The tip of Du Xiaofu's tongue was like spring thunder, and his loud roar shook the void. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the 9th heaven, striking the demon god's thick arms and huge fists, emitting a series of metallic clangs. At the same time, Du Xiaofu, who was enveloped by endless purplish gold light, instantly moved and pounced on the demon god's towering body. This scene fell into the eyes of all the living beings in this world. Everyone watched Du Xiaofu's actions and felt their blood boil uncontrollably. The Rock Emperor has made his move. He's going to fight the demon god again. Although I know I'm no match for him, I'll still go. The Rock Emperor is the cornerstone of our world. The Rock Emperor has been reborn on the spot, slaying gods and vanquishing demons. The Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor. Countless living beings looked up at the sky and screamed at the top of their lungs. Under the lead of some of the living beings, the rest of the living beings began to shout, "The Rock Emperor," in unison. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly rose from the heavens and earth, rising into the sky. This strange energy was emitted from every living being and flowed rapidly along the invisible veins on the ground, gathering in the desolate country's palace. Chapter 26:52. Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! Countless living beings shouted as they looked up at the sky. Their eyes were fixed on the figure shrouded in purple-gold light as they shouted in unison. Countless people's shouts condensed into a terrifyingly loud sound that reverberated between heaven and earth. Along with every shout, the entire world trembled along with it. Rumble! The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, the mountains were collapsing, and the blood river was exploding. Between heaven and earth, a strange, formless energy filled the air and swept through. It flowed along the invisible veins buried deep in the earth, heading towards the desolate nation's imperial palace in the middle ground and converging towards the ancient wilderness continent's divine temple. Streaks of formless chi turned into streaks of golden dragon-shaped shadows that roared as they pierced through the veins in an endless stream. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in a violet gold light and was charging towards the demon god, felt an invisible power in his body, causing his entire body's chi to rapidly revolve. The veins in his body glowed and burned brightly, forming a mysterious pattern. This pattern seemed to contain an inexhaustible force that continuously flowed into Du Xiaofu's limbs and bones, making him feel that his entire body was filled with terrifying power. Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! All the creatures in this world were shouting loudly, shouting the name, Great Rock Emperor. In the desolate nation's stone city, within the imperial palace, the dragon chi was torrential and dense, rising into the sky. The terrifying power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth, causing the entire stone city to be enveloped in a golden glow. Rock Emperor! Countless citizens of the desolate nation, regardless of whether they were in the ruins of the battlefield or on the streets that had yet to be touched by the flames of war, were all facing the direction of the imperial palace. All of them knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Everyone knelt down to the young man standing high in the clouds from the bottom of their hearts, hoping that he would defeat the fiend celestial and quell the great calamity. As the people of the desolate country bowed, all the living beings in the 3 continents, 9 provinces, and 1 world felt their souls throbbing intensely at that moment. Immediately after, the living beings on the battlefield all knelt down and shouted crazily in unison, Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! At this moment, the entire world submitted to him and worshipped him. Boundless energy continued to flow into the figure in the sky. The ferocious golden light gathered and covered his entire body. Even his true body could no longer be seen clearly. All that was left was a blurry golden outline. Amazing! Incredible! This brat was actually able to reach such a level, causing all living beings in the world to kneel down and call out his name. Now, it won't be so easy for the demon god to kill him. In the distant crowd, Fu Ibai said excitedly. His body was trembling, and he wanted to prostrate himself like all the living beings in the world. The worship of the entire world and the faith of all living beings condensed into the boundless imperial palace's dragon chi, augmenting his body. I'm afraid that in this world, Only this kind of power can fight against the demon god. Beside him, the beautiful woman in palatial attire, East deity, could not help but say with ripples in her eyes, "Dad has become so powerful." Little Xingxing, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaolin said while stuttering, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaoyao, and the rest of the half-step heavenly sage experts looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They never expected that things would develop into such a situation. While everyone was shocked, they also had endless expectations. They hoped that with the augmentation of this power, Du Xiaofu could match the demon god. Even if they could not kill him, they could at least slow down the unstoppable progress of the great calamity. Everyone raised their eyes and looked up at the sky. As Du Xiaofu flew, he suddenly shouted, "Tyrannical shadow! Roar!" In the stone city's imperial palace, a violent roar suddenly sounded. When this roar sounded, an azure dragon phantom broke through the roof of the palace and flew across the sky. It directly went to Du Xiaofu's side and danced around him. Du Xiaofu slightly stretched out his hand, and the azure dragon phantom let out another violent roar before it quickly flashed into Du Xiaofu's hand and was grasped by him. Then, a dazzling golden light condensed, and the shadow of the azure dragon disappeared. A long sword with an azure gold color appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. Suddenly, a domineering aura filled the air, and a clanging sound was faintly heard. On the azure gold longsword, azure gold runes flickered, and the sword body emitted a faint azure gold light. It looked simple and crude, but in fact, it was extremely agile. The arc of the sword blade was elegant, and the azure gold light shone brightly. The runes flowed naturally. Small dragon phantoms circled around the longsword, showing an endless domineering aura. The whole world worships the Emperor's aura on the body. To be able to reach this step, it's really incredible. The changes in Du Xiaofu's body made even the demon god opposite him unable to help but be moved. Two demon eyes that were like two black suns turned, and there was an unconcealable ripple. The arm that carried an unparalleled force, waving in the void, could not help but pause. Obviously, the aura that Du Xiaofu was showing at this time, even as a demon god who had the ultimate power of this world, he could not help but be deeply shocked. "Kill!" Du Xiaofu roared and slashed with the longsword in his hand. A dazzling sword qi shot out from the blade, carrying an unparalleled sharpness and fierceness, as if it could destroy everything in its path. The void was directly torn apart by this sword, creating a neat crack that reached the demon god's position. At this time, Du Xiaofu felt that his entire body was being supported by an endless amount of power. His strength actually soared all the way, quickly surpassing his original realm. He seemed to have a feeling that under such circumstances, all the living beings in this world had separated a bit of their power and injected it into his body, giving him the power to destroy everything in his path, ferocious and shocking the world. The whole world worships, gathering endless dragon qi to support your body, and thus reaching the peak of the heavenly sage realm. I have to say, you have really surprised me. After being stunned for a moment, the shock in the demon god's eyes slowly disappeared, and he said leisurely, "But just this alone is still not enough." As he spoke, the demon god's arm moved rapidly, and a huge fist shook the void. Layers of demon qi whizzed forward with earth-shattering force, covering Du Xiaofu's head. Rumble! In a huge roar, the demon god's fist finally collided with the long sword in Du Xiaofu's hand. Chi, the sharp sword qi burst out, cutting into the demon qi outside the demon god's body. It was as if it had stabbed into a pile of sand, making a teeth-numbing sound as it encountered great resistance. However, this resistance was ultimately broken by dominating shadow. The unparalleled sharpness was unstoppable, and it ruthlessly cut into the demon god's fist. Clang! A soft muffled sound was heard, and Du Xiaofu and the demon god separated. The long sword was suddenly repelled, and even Du Xiaofu's body was pushed back in the void step by step. Du Xiaofu flew back thousands of miles, and in the endless light, a purple-gold blood arrow spurted out, piercing a dark hole in the void. In his hand, the long sword, dominating shadow, buzzed and vibrated endlessly. On the opposite side, the demon god's body also took half a step back, and he retracted his arm. During this process, a stream of black blood sprinkled in the sky, corroding the space. If one looked closely, they would see that there was a long and narrow wound on the back of the mountain-like fist, and demon blood was gushing out. The demon god is injured. Look, the demon god is injured. When a few sharp-eyed creatures saw this scene, they immediately cried out loudly, excited to the extreme. In everyone's opinion, the demon god had always been invincible. It was difficult to even shake his majestic body, let alone injure him. However, this time, Du Xiaofu's attack actually injured the demon god, and demon blood was sprinkling in the sky. How could this not be exciting? The demon god is injured, but he is not immortal. The Rock Emperor is mighty. The Rock Emperor seems to be injured as well. The demon god is really too powerful. It's good that he can injure him. This means that there is still a chance to completely kill him. And all of this can only depend on the Rock Emperor. I hope the Rock Emperor can sweep across the sky and kill the demon god. Rock Emperor, hold on. Slay the gods and subdue the demons. Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! Countless living beings began to roar madly once again. Everyone was in high spirits. At this moment, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. What they thought was right. As long as the Rock Emperor was around, there was a possibility of killing the demon god. However, at this moment, while they were cheering for the Rock Emperor, they were also worried for him. After all, the demon god's strength was obvious to all. In front of the demon god, Du Xiaofu is just an ant. Being stung by an ant is completely insignificant. I'm afraid that in the end, your Rock Emperor will disappoint you. No matter what, he won't be a match for the demon god. Someone from the devil religion snorted, still full of confidence. In the exchange just now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that even though the demon god was injured by Du Xiaofu's sword, he was still at an absolute disadvantage, and was not a match for Du Xiaofu at all. You can actually injure me. To be able to do this, even if you die, you should be proud. The demon god said loudly in the sky as he looked at Du Xiaofu with his demonic eyes. The wound on the back of his hand was entangled with a golden aura that kept corroding it. However, under the dense demonic aura, the golden aura was quickly devoured, and the blood flowed back drop by drop. Then, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short moment, the long and narrow sword mark disappeared. His skin was suffused with a strong bronze color, releasing an explosive feeling of power. In the distance, Du Xiaofu's feet stepped on the void and finally stopped his body from flying backward. The next moment, he clutched his chest with one hand and spat out another mouthful of blood. The result of the blow with the demon god was that the demon god's tremendous power passed through the overlord's shadow and into his body, causing him to be violently shaken. The chi and blood in his body were in turmoil, and his body felt like it was about to explode. The long sword in his hand also buzzed incessantly. Is the difference still so great? Du Xiaofu stood in the sky and mumbled to himself. He could not help but feel shocked. His strength had suddenly increased completely by relying on the converging power of countless living beings in this world. Through the condensation of the underground dragon vein, it had entered the ancient wilderness continent's divine temple and the desolate country's stone city's imperial palace, turning into a vast and boundless imperial palace's dragon chi. The human emperor's seal in the divine temple had long been integrated with his body. The overlord's shadow in his hand, as the desolate country's new seal, had condensed an unparalleled and vast power. It could be said that Du Xiaofu's current strength was achieved by condensing the power of all living beings in this world. It was the strongest power that he could use now, and he had already reached the peak of the heavenly sage realm. Under such circumstances, after exchanging a blow with the demon god, he still suffered great injuries. His physical body and primordial spirit were violently shaken. On the other hand, the demon god had only suffered moderate injuries. It did not affect his overall strength at all. With such a difference, how could Du Xiaofu not feel fear? Fortunately, with this power, he could at least fight against the demon god. At the very least, if he used all his strength to protect himself, it would be extremely difficult for the demon god to kill him. The world worships you, and the imperial qi on you are already extremely impressive. But if you think that I can't kill you, then you are gravely mistaken. The demon god's body moved horizontally in the void. After a few steps, he caught up to Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, a boundless blood-red mist surged out from the indomitable demon god's body. Like the water of a long river, it stirred up heavy waves and fiercely surged forward. This boundless blood-red mist condensed and rapidly took shape in the void. Finally, it condensed into the shape of a huge heavy sword. As if it was real, it was held in the demon god's hand. If such a huge sword was placed on the ground, it would probably be longer than the 8,000-mile-long river in the middle state. Waves of dense demon qi spread out and undulated on the blade, emitting a ferocious aura. The demon god held the hilt of the sword with one hand and raised his arm. He moved directly towards where Du Xiaofu was and suddenly slashed down. Qi La! A terrible abyssal crack appeared in the void and spread out in an instant, extending all the way to Du Xiaofu's side. Before the saber had even landed, an endless stream of biting cold stellar energy had already passed through the spatial fissure. Like numerous sabers, they whistled through the air, slicing the violet gold light around Du Xiaofu into countless pieces before slashing at his body. Pu Piu! Purple gold blood suddenly poured out and fell from the sky. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. The arm holding the tyrant shadow shook instantly, and the long sword made a sharp sound. Seeing the demon god's blade coming down, the imperial palace's dragon qi coiled and swept out. The profound qi in Du Xiaofu's body circulated crazily, entering the tyrant shadow to meet the demon god's attack. Roar! A huge golden dragon shadow roared and rushed out. It flew away from the sword and dove into the spatial crack. Qi Lala, the golden dragon shadow, collided with the gang qi of the long sword. The two completely opposite forces instantly made a series of clashing sounds. Whether it was the golden dragon shadow or the endless blood-red demon qi, they were constantly entangled with each other and consumed each other. In an instant, they shattered and turned into talisman runes that flew in all directions. In the next moment, the long sword in the demon god's hand collided with Du Xiaofu's tyrant shadow. Buzz, 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 buzz. A terrible buzzing sound spread out and attacked the primordial spirits of all living beings, causing their eardrums to be dizzy and their eyes to turn black. Clang, clang. In the instant when the sword and saber collided, Du Xiaofu's tyrant shadow was violently shaken and directly sent flying. His palm was torn and he couldn't even hold the hilt of the sword. However, the momentum of the demon god's sword did not decrease. It continued to shake the sky and slashed down at Du Xiaofu's head with incomparable speed. Caught off guard, Du Xiaofu didn't have time to make any counterattacks. The golden light around his body surged violently as he activated the first form of Fuyao, wanting to escape from the range of the long sword. However, what made him feel terrified was that when the long sword fell, the space seemed to be imprisoned. Under the first form of Fuyao, it was actually delayed for half a breath's time before his figure disappeared from the spot. It was also because of this that the demon god's tyrant shadow's sword had already landed on his chest before he could pass through space. Du Xiaofu let out a miserable cry as his sternum was cut open by the saber. His flesh and blood rolled up, revealing his throbbing internal organs. The immortal Xian body squirmed, but the demonic aura on the blade had invaded and covered his wound, causing the recovery process to be abnormally slow. Little Yu has a few comics now, but not many. After a while, he'll get more. When the time comes, he'll organize a small event and give it to everyone. Readers, please add Little Yu's WeChat public account, YF. Remember, it's the account YF. When the time comes, Little Yu will select some readers to give the comics to thank everyone for their continuous support. Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor, hang in there! Rock Emperor! Down below, many living beings who saw this scene could not help but feel their hearts rise to their throats. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was no match for the demon god, everyone's hearts were filled with endless worry. Xiaofu, you must hang in there. You're the last hope of this world, nothing must happen to you. Dad, you can do it. Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, and the others were also sweating in the palms of their hands, worried for Du Xiaofu. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the demon god, but they were unable to go forward to help. They could only let Du Xiaofu fight alone. Not to mention what effect they could play if they went up there, the 8 demon emperors, who were watching them from a distance, would definitely step in to stop them once they went up there. When that time came, more people would die in the tragic battle, so it was better to just watch the battle in the sky quietly. It could also be said that the battle between Du Xiaofu and the demon god represented the battle between this world and the devil religion. If Du Xiaofu really fell, this world would become a devil's domain, and no one would be spared. And if Du Xiaofu had a chance to kill the demon god, then the great calamity would naturally be averted. Therefore, not only did Du Xiaofu gather the faith of all living beings, but he was also the biggest hope of this world. Chapter 2653. The demonic saber that was longer than the 4,000-kilometer-long river was held in the godfiend's hand. It was suffused with a bloodthirsty scarlet color. In the entire world, boundless fiendish aura constantly rose and gathered on the demonic saber, causing it to emit a terrifying might. Du Xiaofu was sent flying by the attack. His indestructible Xian body was also broken, and he was severely injured. Purplish gold blood gushed out from the wound on his chest, and his flesh was torn open. Rock Emperor, hang in there! Rock Emperor, you must hang in there! Rock Emperor! Seeing this scene, countless living beings cheered in unison for Du Xiaofu. In the 3 continents' Kyushu domain, all the battles had stopped. Regardless of whether it was the devil religion's side or the many living beings in this domain, all of them were focused on the battle in the sky. The outcome of the battle between the Godfiend and Du Xiaofu could be said to determine the final outcome of this domain. However, everyone knew that even though Du Xiaofu had gathered the power of faith of all living beings in this domain, he was still unable to match the Godfiend's strength. Regardless of whether the Godfiend has recovered to his peak strength, there is no doubt that his current strength has already reached the limit of this domain, surpassing the Sky Sage realm. Even if that kid has the desolate nation's new seal and the imperial aura from the world's worship, he can only reach the peak of the Sky Sage realm. He is far from being comparable to the Godfiend. Nan Ru, who was beside Du Tingxian and the others, said. When Fu Yibai and the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. The gap between the two is indeed not small, but it is not so big that it cannot be surpassed. If that kid can take another step forward, he might really have a chance of fighting the Godfiend head-on. Crazy old Beiqi, who was also Ouyang Shuang's master, added. Taking another step forward is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to achieve it. Grasping a certain amount of the true meaning of the laws was equivalent to stepping foot into the Heavenly Saint stage, and in the Heavenly Saint stage, one had to constantly perfect the laws until they reached perfection. Only by mastering a complete set of laws would one be able to surpass the Saint realm. With that kid's talent, it's inevitable that he would reach such heights. However, time waits for no man. Before he could fully mature, the demon god had already recovered, and the great calamity had already arrived. East deity sighed as a hint of worry flashed across her beautiful face. He stepped into the heavenly saint realm through the law of lightning and the law of space. If he could perfect one of them, he might not be able to defeat the demon god, but he would at least be able to fight him to the end. In the end, the odds of victory and defeat are 50-50. Fu Ibai also let out a long sigh. After he finished speaking, he shook his head. It was as if he also knew that it was impossible to perfect one of these two laws in a short period of time. What Du Xiaofu lacked wasn't talent or hard work. What he lacked was time. However, the great calamity was ongoing, so how could he have the time to cultivate step by step? The demonic sect couldn't wait until then, and neither could any of the living beings in this world. Just watch, maybe there will be a miracle. Du Xiaoyao suddenly said with a burning gaze, even if Boss can't defeat the demon god, it won't be that easy for the demon god to kill Boss. That's true. On the side, Zhen Qingchun, Jialo Jueyu, Qianguyu, and the others nodded when they heard this. Although the current situation was not optimistic, at least if Du Xiaofu really wanted to protect himself, there was still a certain amount of hope. As long as he did not fight to the end, it would not be easy for the demon god to kill him. As everyone spoke, their gazes never moved as they stared at the sky, at the demonic figure standing between the heavens and the earth, and at the young man wrapped in purple gold light. I can't defeat him, looks like I can't fight him head-on. Du Xiaofu murmured as purple gold lightning flashed on his chest, removing the demon qi that lingered around him bit by bit. His wound slowly squirmed and kept healing. Wrapped in the purple gold light, his eyes looked at the figure that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth. His heart was abnormally heavy. After several rounds of fighting, he had always been at an absolute disadvantage. If it were not for the endless support of the Imperial Palace's dragon qi, he would have died under the demon god's demonic saber. Even so, he still knew that he did not have the absolute strength to fight the demon god to the end. Therefore, he could only use the strategy of retreating in order to advance, and not fight the demon god head-on. But dragging this out is not a solution. Du Xiaofu released the power of his primordial spirit and swept across the Sanlu Kyushu realm, and countless scenes entered his senses. He could feel that all living creatures were looking up at him with anticipation in their eyes, hoping that he could kill the demon god, eliminate the devil religion, clear the universe, and restore clarity to the world. Therefore, even if he could drag it out for a while, he could not drag it out forever. There had to be an end to all of this. I've said it before, you'll be the first person to die after I recover. Just as Du Xiaofu was thinking, the demon god spoke again. His voice was loud and resounded throughout the heavens and earth. He dragged the blood-red saber in his hand as he strode forward in the void. As if he could see Du Xiaofu's thoughts, the demon god continued to walk forward and said, "If you don't want to be the first to die, I can fulfill your wish. Wait until I've taken care of those cultivators at the saint stage and above, then I'll deal with you." As the demon god spoke, he brandished his saber in the void. Layers of demon qi rolled and drifted between the heavens and earth, setting off a boundless blood-red storm that swept wildly and attacked the heavens and earth. "Aren't you just trying to force me to fight you head-on? I never intended to run away. No matter who dies between us, there has to be an end. But now I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to take my life." Du Xiaofu snorted coldly and said word by word. How could he not understand the meaning of the demon god's words? He was using the lives of other living creatures to threaten him. If he only cared about retreating and did not fight him head-on, the demon god would definitely attack those cultivators at the saint stage and above as soon as he had the chance. With his strength, a large number of those experts would die in a single strike from him. Du Xiaofu absolutely would not allow this kind of situation to happen. Moreover, Although he knew that he could not defeat the demon god, he did not intend to run away. If he wanted to run away, he would have used his cultivation to break through the world barrier and hide in another world. The demon god would not chase after him. After all, once he went to the outside world, there were still the lords of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god who could kill the demon god. However, Du Xiaofu would never do such a thing. Wasn't the purpose of his decades of painstaking cultivation to protect the people he cared about? If he were to really run away, then how would those people from the Du family, the citizens of the desolate country, and his many good friends in this world survive the devil religion? Therefore, even if he knew that he was going to die, he had no way out. He had to fight to the end. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the demon god suddenly snorted and said. In his hand, the demonic saber shook violently. With a hum, circles of ripples appeared in the void, and terrifying spatial folds arose. It was like a vast piece of cloth that was being torn apart by a hurricane. The scene was extremely horrifying. The demonic aura boiled between heaven and earth, as if a large sea of blood was roaring. Immediately after, the demon god raised the long saber in his hand. Holding it with both hands, he slashed down with enough force to split Mount Hua. Chi La, the space was torn apart like silk, emitting a terrifying tearing sound. A crack of unknown length was directly torn open, extending all the way to Du Xiaofu's front. A terrifying power rippled out. After a violent tremor, the space suddenly froze, as if it had suddenly frozen. Kill. Facing the demon god's fierce attack, Du Xiaofu shouted and stretched out his wrist. Ba Ying, who had been sent flying, flew back with a buzzing sound and landed in his palm. At the same time, in his mind, the nomological imprint engraved on his primordial spirit shone. Strange patterns flickered, with an indescribable mysterious color. Following the movement of the nomological imprint, large amounts of mysterious runes fluttered around his body, constantly changing and combining, releasing a mysterious and unfathomable power. The space in front of him was directly distorted, and the connecting space crack was squeezed out of shape. Then, with a boom, it collapsed. The space that was imprisoned by the demon god's power collapsed, allowing him to regain his freedom. Then, Du Xiaofu's body skyrocketed, reaching the 9 heavens, and was at the same height as the demon god's eyes. With a thought of all living beings, slay gods and subdue demons. Du Xiaofu shouted, and the long sword, Ba Ying, was raised high above his head, pointing directly at the sky. In the desolate country's palace and in the human tribe's divine temple in the ancient wilderness, 2 long golden dragon shadows roared and rushed out. One rushed towards the long sword in Du Xiaofu's hand, while the other flew around his body, and directly drilled into his body and disappeared. Boom! Suddenly, the whole world darkened, as if night had suddenly fallen, and there was no light. The violent sound of thunder fell, and a bright bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, tearing the sky apart, and landed on the tip of Ba Ying's sword. The bright bolt of lightning was like a waterfall, bathing Ba Ying in it, and fusing with the golden dragon's shadow. The dragon's shadow continued to grow, and then turned into a golden lightning dragon. At this moment, the long sword emitted a blinding brilliance, and a terrifying power, like the shaking of the heavens, swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, and his body was wrapped in a bright yellow light and purple-gold lightning. He stood in the 9 heavens, like a god overlooking the world. A powerful pressure descended, and an awe-inspiring majesty filled the heavens and earth. Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! All the living beings could not help but shout in unison, looking up at the figure in the sky, and kowtowing non-stop. At this moment, all the living beings felt their blood boiling, and their chests were filled with lofty sentiments. At this moment, everyone vaguely felt as if they possessed endless power. Even if they were facing the demonic figure that stood between the heavens and the earth, they no longer had the slightest bit of fear. They wished they could give up their lives and shed their hot blood to fight it. At this moment, all the living beings in this world were united like never before, and they shouted the name of the young man wrapped in light at the top of their lungs. It was as if the more they shouted, the more powerful that young man would be. Going all out? Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions and the demon god's demonic saber slashing down, his demonic eyes, which were like two black suns, rippled. He could not help but say, "No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to change the outcome of your death. Kill." In the sky, Du Xiaofu let out a long roar that reverberated in all directions. Ba Ying moved in response to the roar, shaking the void. The golden dragon roared, and lightning struck. Terrifying cracks and abysses were torn open in the sky. Ferocious energy whistled and swept through the air, as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying. In such a scene, Ba Ying slashed down and collided with the blood-red saber in the demon god's hand. Boom! A terrifying sound was produced, and the heavens and earth shook violently, as if the most terrifying earthquake had arrived. When the two completely different energies collided, they immediately shattered and exploded. The energy fragments danced in the air, and the void was in a mess. In the sky, the boundless space exploded. Under the impact of the energy that filled the sky, it spread and connected with each other, forming a terrifying black hole vortex that hung high in the sky. It tore and sucked fiercely, and it instantly erupted. On the ground, huge mountains rose from the ground, and pieces of gravel traversed the void. Pieces of the earth flew out and were swallowed by the black hole vortex, annihilating them into nothingness. However, the strange thing was that there was a strange fluctuation drifting out from all the living creatures. They were connected to each other, and they were not shaken by the black hole. On the other hand, the people on the devil religion's side could not stand steadily, as if they wanted to ride the wind and fly away. Some cultivators below the martial emperor realm were directly pulled by the terrifying devouring force into the sky and were swallowed by the black hole. Rumble! The whole world was shaking, and pieces of space collapsed and then exploded, being swallowed by the black hole. It was in such a horrifying scene that a figure was sent flying backward in the chaotic energy storm and space turbulence. Large mouthfuls of purple gold blood gushed out of his mouth and fell into the void, only to be crushed into pieces by the endless storm. On the other side, the demonic body that stood between heaven and earth took dozens of steps back, and each step was tens of thousands of miles away. When his last step landed, a bottomless pit was formed in the ground. Puff! The light on Du Xiaofu's body had already dissipated. After flying backward for millions of miles, he stopped. His chest felt stuffy, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His right arm had exploded, and the flesh and blood of his broken arm hung down like a piece of cloth. His long sword, tyrannical shadow, was nowhere to be found. On his body, terrifying wounds crisscrossed, and each of them went deep into his internal organs. His bones were broken inch by inch, and he was limp like a person with cartilage. His aura was extremely weak and dispirited, and he even seemed to be struggling to stand in the air. "You're really something." In the distance, the demonic god's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu looked up and saw that in the distance, the blood-red demonic saber in the demonic god's hand had also disappeared. At the corner of the demonic mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the sky, a line of black blood flowed. The pair of demonic palms that were holding the demonic saber earlier had also split open, tearing open several ghastly wounds. "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You don't even have the power to mobilize the sovereign chi and the power of law. What else do you have to fight me next?" The demonic god's huge demonic eyes turned, and finally, he was no longer as calm as before. His words also carried a bit of fierceness. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the demonic god's expression was somewhat ferocious. A human brat who had only cultivated for a short few decades could actually injure him to such an extent. How could he not feel resentful? At this time, everything should end. You can be proud of yourself for being able to reach this step, even if you die. If this world hadn't turned into a demon's domain, your achievements would have been immortal and passed down through the ages. It's a pity that you no longer have the power to fight me now. The demonic god spoke sentence by sentence, almost as if he was gnashing his teeth. As he spoke, the huge demonic body moved again. His two legs, which were like pillars that supported the sky, moved quickly and charged in the direction of Du Xiaofu. As they moved forward, a demonic palm rose into the sky and directly smashed the energy storm that filled the sky. The horrifying black hole was also shattered by the palm. After letting out two wails, it collapsed between the sky and the earth. With your insignificant power, how can you stop my rise? Now let everything come to an end. If Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian know that you've died in battle, I'm sure they'll mourn for you. One day, I'll go and find them. Everything that I've suffered in the past, I'll pay them back in full. The demonic god's huge palm swept out and grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Right now, that young man was like an oil lamp that had run out of oil. He no longer had the slightest bit of strength to resist. He was no different from an ant. He didn't even need to breathe. With just a thought, he could crush him into ashes. However, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to grab him with his own hands and crush him like an ant. Only then could he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Is it really going to end like this? Under the cover of the demonic god's palm, Du Xiaofu fell from the sky. His eyes were gloomy and he couldn't help but mumble to himself. He was very clear about his own condition. The power in his body had been exhausted. It was difficult for him to even stand in the sky. Other than watching the gigantic demonic palm that covered the entire sky crush down, there was nothing they could do. However, his heart was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he couldn't defeat the demonic god. He couldn't protect the people he swore to protect. He couldn't fulfill the request of the ruler of the 3,000 great worlds. The final hope of this world was about to be destroyed. Who could stop the rise of the devil religion in the midst of a massacre? His family, loved ones, friends, and people were about to wither away. Chapter 26:54. Kyushu fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the sky and watched as the gigantic demonic palm came crashing down on the young man's body. Following that, everyone's mouths erupted with shocking cries that shook the sky. Rock Emperor! Xiaofu! Dad! Brother! Boss! Third young master! Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they were shaken to the core. The figure that had fallen from the sky had tugged at their heartstrings. The Rock Emperor is exhausted, the demon god is too powerful. Even the Rock Emperor can't defeat him. But how can this be? He's the Rock Emperor. How can he lose? There's no hope. There's really no hope. The Rock Emperor has already done his best. Countless murmurs filled the air with gloomy expressions. Everyone could see that Du Xiaofu's aura was extremely weak. He no longer had the strength to fight. Facing the demon god's overwhelming demonic palm, he did not even have the strength to break free. However, everyone knew that the young man had already done his best. He had fought the demon god in the most terrifying battle for the sake of this realm and all living things. The Rock Emperor had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was already commendable that he could grow to his current level. However, the gap between him and the demon god was too great. If the calamity continued for another 100 years, no. If the calamity continued for another 10 years, 5 years, or even 1 year, perhaps everything would be different. However, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as the demon god's gigantic palm came crashing down from the sky. They were powerless. After jumping around for so long, is he finally going to die? This time, there won't be any more surprises. To be able to fight the demon god to this extent, no wonder Lu Xiaoyu chose him. Many experts in the devil religion were discussing this. Even the 8 great devil emperors were no exception. They were all shocked. Du Xiaofu was previously said to be the greatest enemy of the devil religion, but many people of the devil religion disdained him, thinking that he was not strong enough to fight against the devil religion. With the devil god around, there was no room for him to jump up and down. Now, all the people of the devil religion heaved a sigh of relief and became serious. They were no longer as dismissive of Du Xiaofu as before. Originally, he thought that Lord Devil God would be able to capture Du Xiaofu easily. Killing him would be no different from killing an ant. However, no one had expected him to be able to fight the demon god to such an extent. Even though he was no match for the demon god in the end, he had still managed to injure the demon god. Furthermore, the demon god, who had always been calm, was now enraged. This enemy was indeed worthy of their attention. As everyone discussed, they all looked up at the sky. Would there still be a miracle? He was afraid that there would never be another one. Dad! Xiaofu! Boy! Little Xingxing, Zhen Qinchun, Du Tingxian, Fu Yibai, East Deity, Bei Qi, and the other Heavenly Saint Realm and Half-Step Heavenly Saint Realm experts had already rushed out at the same time. When the demon god took a step forward, they shot toward Du Xiaofu. They wanted to save Du Xiaofu before the demon god's hand really grabbed him. Kiki. Under the attack of Lord Devil God, do these people want to die? Seeing this, the 5 demon emperors could not help but laugh sinisterly. 6 Heavenly Saint Realm experts and a dozen half-step Heavenly Saint. Do they still think they are Du Xiaofu and can compete with Lord Devil God? Looking at the actions of these experts, the 8 demon emperors did not step forward to stop them. With the strength of these people, it was no different from a fantasy to save Du Xiaofu from the hands of Lord Devil God. Almost 20 people added together were not even enough to be swatted by Lord Devil God's hand. The demon emperors could not help but laugh coldly. They had already predicted the outcome of these people. Under the attack of Lord Devil God, they would most likely be severely injured. Those half-step heavenly saints would be crushed into powder when they came into contact with Lord Devil God's aura. Get lost. As little Xingxing's body moved, he spread out his dragon body and flapped his wings. Flames filled the sky as he attacked the giant palm of the demon god high in the sky. At the same time, East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, Bei Qi, and Central Divinity also moved quickly. In an instant, they left Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and the other half-step heavenly saints far behind and faced the giant palm of the demon god head-on. The 5 of them shot out energy that filled the sky at the same time and gathered into one place. It condensed into a dazzling sharp sword in the void and shot toward the sky. Since you are all here, then let's die together. The demon god's palm did not move or pause as it pressed down. Vast energy surged and corroded the space, creating a palm-shaped black hole. Below, little Xingxing's monstrous flames collided with the palm. Patches of demonic qi were incinerated, but the large patch of flames also disappeared. The sharp sword condensed from the power of Fu Yibai and the other half-step heavenly saints collided with the demon god's palm. After a loud explosion, it dissipated and turned into talisman runes that filled the sky. These 2 attacks did not cause any damage to the demon god. They did not even cause his palm to pause for a moment. They still carried terrifying fluctuations as they shook the sky. Run! Fu Yibai finally got close to Du Xiaofu's body. A stream of energy swept out from his hand and wrapped around Du Xiaofu. Fu Yibai suddenly turned around and wanted to escape from this area. Not good. The demon god is too powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. Shi Yao immediately shouted. At this moment, everyone had already fallen into the demon god's palm. With their speed, it was impossible for them to escape. That violent devil qi rushed over, instantly tearing apart his physical body. Fu Yibai and the rest were the same. They were all injured in an instant. Within the vast demonic qi, there was a strange wave of energy that froze the void, making it impossible for them to even tear open space. Go! Little Xingxing suddenly waved his hand and a huge turtle shell rose into the sky. It rapidly enlarged and emitted an intense light that enveloped Du Xiaofu, Fu Yibai, and the rest. Boom! The demon god's huge palm slammed onto the turtle shell, emitting an earth-shattering explosion. One! The turtle shell trembled and buzzed incessantly. But miraculously, the demon god's attack did not shatter the turtle shell. It had withstood the attack. However, the people under the protection of the tortoise shell felt their chests constricted in the loud buzzing sound. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were seriously injured, but fortunately their lives were not in danger. So it's Long Xian's item. It's no wonder it could withstand my attack, the demon god said calmly. He could tell the origin of the turtle shell with a single glance. Run! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the space in front of Fu Yibai and the rest silently tore open. They flashed into it and fled into the distance, not even daring to look back. With the demon god's strength, it would not take long for him to catch up to them. However, they could not abandon Du Xiaofu. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to protect this youth. As long as he did not die, it meant that there was still hope for this world. If Long Xian's daughter were to die in this world, I wonder if he would regret what he did back then. With a cold snort, the demon god took a step forward once again. He waved his arm at the same time, and another terrifying palm came crashing down from the sky. Oh no! Little Xingxing and the rest could sense that the demon god's speed was extremely fast, and he would soon catch up to them. If that was the case, not to mention Du Xiaofu, none of them would be able to escape. In the end, they would all be unable to avoid death. I've done my best and leave the rest to fate. I've already done what I should do. I have no regrets even if I die. Let me go. The one he wants to kill now is me. Du Xiaofu said weakly after coughing out a mouthful of blood while being carried away by several people. He knew very well that with the strength of Fu Yibai and the rest, it was impossible for them to survive the demon god's attack. Even with the tortoise shell that the dragon god had left behind for little Xingxing, it could only save them once. When the demon god was prepared and attacked again, none of them would be able to escape. And now, the person that the demon god wanted to kill the most was them. If they let him go, there was still hope for them to escape. Although no one would be able to escape the massacre of the devil religion after his death, at the very least, it would allow them to preserve their lives for a while. Dad, don't say anything. I have something that my dad left behind. The demon god cannot truly kill me for a while. Little Xingxing said as he took Du Xiaofu from Fu Yibai's hands. A pile of elixirs appeared in his hands, and he stuffed them into Du Xiaofu's mouth like pouring beans. Then, little Xingxing chased the East Immortal, West Demon, and the rest out of the range of the tortoise shell and quickly fled with Du Xiaofu. After the 5 of them were chased out by little Xingxing, they did not dare to delay and flew in the other direction to avoid the range of the demon god's palm. Rock Emperor, you must survive. Only by surviving will there be hope. Purple Dragon Emperor, hurry up, hurry up. Will there be another miracle? Can the Rock Emperor escape the demon god's pursuit? In this realm, countless experts were sweating as they clenched their fists and shouted in their hearts, hoping that little Xingxing's speed could be a bit faster and escape the demon god's pursuit. Kiki, don't you think that people will laugh their heads off if they still believe in miracles at this time? Du Xiaofu has nowhere to go. He's dead for sure this time. No matter how he escapes, how can he escape from the demon god's palm? The experts of the devil religion were also talking. Everyone's expression was stern as they widened their eyes, afraid that they would miss something. They all wanted to see how Du Xiaofu would die in the hands of the demon god. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it came from afar. Brat, when I'm not around, you're already in such a sorry state. This voice was so loud that it spread in all directions, allowing many experts to hear it clearly. Following that, a powerful aura shot out from the void towards Du Xiaofu. Who's talking? Who's that? Could it be that things have taken a turn for the better? The beings of the Sanlu and Kyushu realms immediately looked up, trying to find the figure of the person who had spoken. However, what they saw was not a single figure. There was only a sea of fire that spread out rapidly in the sky and headed in Du Xiaofu's direction. Huolei Laozu. Ancestor, it's the ancestor. Why did he appear at this time? The people of the desolate country and some experts from the demon realm realized that the aura carried by the sea of fire belonged to Huolei Laozu, who was also the heavenly demon ancestor of the sacred demon temple in the demon realm. Countless people were puzzled. Huolei Laozu's cultivation was only at the perfected saint realm. If he appeared at this time, how could he save Du Xiaofu, who was being hunted down? With his strength, how could he fight against the demon god? At this moment, his arrival would probably only add another soul to the demon god's palm. For the entire calamity, it would be of no help at all. Ancestor. Little Xingxing, who was fleeing at top speed, sensed Huolei Laozu's arrival and could not help but be shocked for a moment. Similarly, Du Xiaofu, who was beside him, could not help but reveal a look of surprise on his pale face. He knew that when he had entered a state of cultivation in the unsuppressed space, Huolei Laozu had left with Lei Tianhuang without saying anything. No one knew where the two of them had gone and what they had done. Moreover, everyone had been cultivating in that space for an unknown number of years, and Huolei Laozu had not returned. Even when the calamity of this world had descended and the devil religion had begun its massacre, he had still disappeared without a trace. Until today, he had suddenly appeared. Ancestor, why are you back? Du Xiaofu asked, unconsciously with a hint of joy. Boy, there's no time to lose. Quickly merge with the spiritual thunder. After the sea of fire swept to Du Xiaofu's side, it suddenly retracted and returned to the appearance of the fat old man. He waved his sleeves in the void, and suddenly, there was a walala sound. From various places in this world, dozens of balls of light flashed and rushed into the sky, quickly sweeping toward Du Xiaofu and the others. These dozen or so rays of light were multicolored and varied in shape. However, the one thing they had in common was that they all contained destructive energy fluctuations. Numerous bolts of lightning struck out from the balls of light, and they tore the space apart. As soon as these balls of light appeared, Du Xiaofu immediately felt a strange yet familiar aura. Spiritual thunder. 18 spiritual thunders. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with shock. After swallowing the elixir, his face looked better, but it was still pale. At this time, seeing so many spiritual thunders appear, his eyes could not help but show a strong sense of shock. He had never thought that after Huolei Laozu had left, he would return with so many spiritual thunders. Without thinking too much, he knew what he had done all these years. In Du Xiaofu's heart, he could not help but feel moved. In order to let him merge with the spiritual thunders and fight with the demon god, Huolei Laozu had done so many things in secret. Spiritual thunder. So many spiritual thunders. Huolei Laozu actually found so many spiritual thunders. Oh my God! 18 spiritual thunders. In addition to the ones that the Rock Emperor already has, there are at least 20 spiritual thunders. If the Rock Emperor merges with these spiritual thunders, I wonder if he can fight with the demon god head-on. There's hope, there's hope. A miracle has really happened. Rock Emperor, you must refine these spiritual thunders. Seeing this scene, countless living beings couldn't help but become excited. Their hearts, which had already sunk to the extreme, were instantly rekindled with hope. With these spiritual thunders that Huolei Laozu had found, the Rock Emperor would definitely be able to stand up again and fight against the demon god. This old immortal, where did he find so many spiritual thunders? A centipede dies but never falls down. Du Xiaofu is really tenacious. At this point in time, there are still so many variables. Should we make a move and eliminate that kid together with the demon god? Let's not make a move for now. If we make a move, Fu Ibai and the other old fellows will definitely stop us. Besides, the demon god should be able to handle this matter. Within the devil religion, the 8 major devil religion were also shocked at the same time. Everyone's eyes emitted a murderous glint. Looking at the fat old man beside Du Xiaofu, they wished they could charge forward and chop him into pieces. Originally, everything had already reached the final juncture. Du Xiaofu had no way to resist and could only face death. Who knew that this old man would suddenly jump out and bring back a total of 18 spiritual thunders? With the help of these spiritual thunders, Du Xiaofu would only need a snap of his fingers to recover to his peak. At that time, the variables would be even greater. Nether water ripple lightning, meteor fall dipper lightning, 9 sun sky burning lightning. Seeing the spiritual thunders fly to his side with dazzling splendor, Du Xiaofu did not dare to delay any longer. Under the protection of Little Star, he sat up cross-legged in the void. The law of thunder and lightning was activated. 18 bolts of spirit lightning buzzed as they rushed toward his body and drilled into the space between his brows. With Du Xiaofu's current heavenly sage cultivation and his control of lightning laws, it was easy to refine these spiritual thunders. One after another, the spiritual thunders were sucked into his body. Under the suppression and guidance of the lightning laws, they were gradually refined. A vast amount of energy suddenly surged out, rampaging through Du Xiaofu's body, slowly filling up his empty body. The wounds on his body healed one by one, and his shattered right arm was also regenerating. On his body, a powerful aura began to fluctuate and rise steadily. Good. Very good. Kid, you really won't disappoint me. Huolei Laozu stood at the side and nodded repeatedly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had his eyes closed and was adjusting his breathing, his round face had an unconcealable smile. He was greatly comforted and had a rare look of affection. That kid should be back by now. After looking at Du Xiaofu for a while, Huolei Laozu looked away and looked into the distance, as if waiting for something. Not good. The god fiend has caught up. Right at this moment, Starry suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 26:55. Little Xingxing shouted. He did not need to think at all. He flapped his wings and wrapped Du Xiaofu and Huolei Laozu within, protecting them tightly. At such a critical juncture, if the god fiend's attack affected Du Xiaofu's integration of spiritual thunder, the consequences would be unthinkable. She had just finished speaking when the god fiend's huge demonic palm slammed down again. After a loud rumble, the huge tortoise shell trembled violently. Little Xingxing, who was inside, spat out a mouthful of blood again. His little face was pale. Huolei Laozu's body collapsed under such tremors. He could no longer maintain his human form and turned into a cluster of flames. A few lightning arcs crackled, and his aura was extremely weak. Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly. The lightning arcs around his body also fluctuated violently, as if they were about to shatter. However, under the protection of Little Xingxing's wings, he did not suffer too much impact and continued to sit there. After being hit, the tortoise shell borrowed the force to fly away under Little Xingxing's deliberate control. In an instant it fled thousands of miles away. Little girl, how are you? Huolei Laozu's weak, primordial spirit fluctuation came from the faintly burning thunder and fire. He asked Little Xingxing. Old ancestor, don't worry. I can still hold on. Little Xingxing said. He folded his wings and the radiance on the strange dragon's body dimmed a little. The god fiend is too terrifying. If not for the protection of this tortoise shell left behind by the dragon god, I'm afraid that one attack from him would have turned all of us into ashes. We would have died without leaving even a trace. If he attacks again, I really won't be able to hold on. Huolei Laozu said. His tone was extremely shocked. At this moment, he had already suffered great injuries and was directly shaken back to his original body. If not for the protection of little Xingxing's tortoise shell, even the aftershock of the godfiend's attack could kill him 100 times over without any hesitation. Old ancestor, how much longer will it take for my father to refine the 18 bolts of spiritual thunder? Little Xingxing asked, his eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu, who was beside him. Now, all of his hopes were placed on his father. The sooner he could refine the 18 bolts of spiritual thunder, the sooner he could get rid of the threat from the godfiend. It should be soon. This kid's since the thunder spiritual thunder. He has the thunder with the thunder martial thunders and thunder martial veins. Thunder. Let. Not only I. The let as. Tutu. Patriarch, I'll send you out first. It's safer than staying with us. No, I'll stay with you. This kid can't do without my help. Without me, how can he defeat the godfiend? Huolei Laozu's voice was still weak, but his words were powerful and resonant. However, he could not leave at a time like this because Du Xiaofu needed his help if he wanted to defeat the godfiend. All right then. Little Xingxing paused for a moment but agreed in the end. However, she was very puzzled. Her father might be able to fight against the godfiend after he had merged with the spiritual thunder. However, what does that have to do with Huolei Laozu? Given his strength as a perfected saint, he would not be of any use in a battle like this. However, little Xingxing did not ask such a question. With the passage of time, Little Star continued to fly within the boundaries of the 3 continents in Kyushu, while the fiend celestial closed in on it at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu already had the cultivation of the heavenly saint realm, and he had mastered the spatial divine ability of the Vermilion Bird clan. He had narrowly avoided the attacks of the demon god many times, giving Du Xiaofu enough time to refine the 18 bolts of spiritual lightning. It's about time. Within the thunder fire, the power of Huolei Laozu's essence spirit rippled and released a ripple. His words had just left his mouth when little Xingxing saw a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupt from Du Xiaofu's body in front of his eyes. Rumble! Thunder rumbled as tongues of lightning shot out from Du Xiaofu's body. They were colorful and had different auras, but all of them carried the aura of destruction. The moment these lightning tongues appeared, little Xingxing's dragon body could not help but take 2 steps back, not daring to approach. Success! Within the thunder fire, Huolei Laozu cried out in surprise. It's really done. Little Xingxing was also very happy. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, and saw him slowly open his eyes, shooting out 2 bright bolts of lightning. Little Xingxing could not help but cry out, "Old." However, he stopped abruptly before he could finish his sentence. His tone turned serious as he said, "The godfiend is here again." Boom! Another huge tremor. The attack of the demon god landed, and the entire tortoise shell seemed to be about to explode. A terrifying pressure engulfed little Xingxing and Huolei Laozu, causing the 2 of them to feel a strong sense of danger at the same time. This was especially so for Huolei Laozu. He was already extremely weak. The cluster of thunder fire instantly expanded, and was about to explode in the next moment, extinguishing his life force and turning into nothingness. Crackle! At this critical moment, Huolei Laozu only felt a large amount of lightning spread out around him, enveloping his remaining life force. There was even an endless amount of lightning energy pouring into his body, rapidly nourishing him. Not only did he not turn into ashes under the attack of the demon god, he recovered quite a bit. When he recovered all his senses, he was still in the tortoise shell. However, outside the tortoise shell, there was a figure standing in the void, standing upright. Who else could that figure be other than Du Xiaofu? Ancestor, you and little Xingxing should retreat first. Leave the rest to me. Du Xiaofu looked into the tortoise shell and said to Huolei Laozu and little Xingxing. He had already changed into a brand new purple robe at some point in time. It was stretched taut in the wind, flapping loudly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and was about to send Huolei Laozu and little Xingxing, along with the huge tortoise shell, far away from this area. Wait! Huolei Laozu shouted anxiously. A cluster of thunder fire flew out of the tortoise shell and went to Du Xiaofu's side. Then, it transformed into Huolei Laozu's chubby human form. His aura was greatly boosted, and his old eyes were also filled with the spirit of the past. Glancing at the tortoise shell behind him, Huolei Laozu said to Du Xiaofu, "Send this little girl away first. I'll stay and help you." "Okay." Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, frowned, and agreed. He did not think too much about it. Although he did not know how Huolei Laozu could help him, since he said so, he was definitely confident. "Dad, I'll leave on my own. You guys be careful." Little Xingxing glanced at Du Xiaofu, then at Huolei Laozu. She warned them, then flew away with the huge tortoise shell. She knew that she would not be of much help if she stayed. It was better to leave and let Du Xiaofu fight the godfiend alone. This would save him the trouble of being overcautious and not being able to use his full strength. After watching little Xingxing leave, Du Xiaofu also looked into the distance. The godfiend's figure was standing there. He did not attack again, but only looked at him quietly. Clearly, Du Xiaofu's recovery had surprised the godfiend. Not only the godfiend, but the living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu were also extremely excited. The Rock Emperor has recovered. He actually recovered so quickly. 18 bolts of spiritual lightning. He refined all of them in such a short time. As expected of the Rock Emperor. Huolei Laozu is really a god. If not for him, the Rock Emperor would have fallen in the godfiend's hands. I wonder if the Rock Emperor can defeat the godfiend this time. The Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor. Countless living beings discussed. Then, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Almost everyone was shouting the Rock Emperor's name, causing the whole world to shake. However, the people of the devil religion were all filled with hatred. They looked at Huolei Laozu with intense anger. "Old fart, you're causing trouble for the devil religion." With 18 bolts of spiritual lightning, Du Xiaofu has recovered so quickly. The godfiend will have to go through a lot of trouble to kill him. What's the use of recovering? He's just jumping around for a while. He can't escape the fate of death in the end. Many powerful beings of the devil religion were discussing and gnashing their teeth. However, when the living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu saw their expressions, they were indescribably happy. However, while many people with extraordinary intelligence were excited, they also felt endless worry. The Rock Emperor has recovered. Can he really fight against the godfiend? I hope so. Everyone's hopes are on him. But the godfiend is too powerful. I don't know if the Rock Emperor can defeat him. Many people spoke. They seemed to be very rational and not blindly excited. Their gazes were fixed on the purple-robed figure high in the sky with intense anticipation. Opposite Du Xiaofu, the godfiend's demonic eyes, which were like 2 black suns, stared at him, releasing billowing black demonic aura. So what if you've merged 18 bolts of spiritual lightning? It's still futile. It can't let you control the complete laws of lightning. Even if you've recovered in such a short time, you still can't escape the fate of death. The godfiend spoke, his voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth. You've said similar words many times, but I'm still alive and well. The godfiend is actually so funny. Du Xiaofu's purple robes fluttered in the wind. His words were clear and without much fluctuation. Although he said that, he knew very well that the godfiend was speaking the truth. The 36 bolts of spiritual lightning were formed when the Du family ancestor fell. They represented the complete laws of lightning. If all of them were merged, one could surpass the Sky Sage stage and reach an even higher stage. However, with the 18 bolts of spiritual lightning and the 8 bolts of spiritual lightning that Du Xiaofu had already merged, there were only 26 bolts in total. There were still 10 bolts missing. Because of that, he was still unable to fight the God-fiend head-on. One had to know that he had reached the peak of the Sky Sage stage with the help of the Emperor's aura previously. However, he was still no match for the God-fiend. Now that he was relying on the 26 bolts of spiritual lightning, although his cultivation had recovered, he was still unable to surpass the Sky Sage stage and fight the God-fiend. Sharp-tongued brat, I hope you can still laugh in the end, the God-fiend said as a cold aura surged forth, suppressing the entire space. A ball of black gas condensed in his right palm. The power of the God-fiend was vast and mighty, releasing a terrifying aura. Brat, you're no match for the God-fiend. Don't fight him head-on. Hold him back for a while. Your disciple should be back soon. Huolei Laozu, who was beside Du Xiaofu, said hurriedly. Understood. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and nodded. He knew that Huolei Laozu was talking about Lei Tianhuang. Previously, the two of them had left together. Now that Huolei Laozu had returned with 18 bolts of spiritual lightning, there was no doubt that Lei Tianhuang had gone to look for spiritual lightning as well. If he had returned, he would have brought back spiritual lightning as well. If he could gather all 36 bolts, there was hope for him to surpass the Sky Sage stage and reach a new stage to fight the God-fiend. Due to the suppression of the heavens and earth, the demon god had only just surpassed the heavenly sage realm. After merging 36 bolts of spiritual lightning, there was hope for him to fight the God-fiend head-on. He might even be able to suppress the God-fiend like his ancestor. At the thought of this, Du Xiaofu could not help but look forward to Lei Tianhuang's early return. Du Xiaofu, prepare to die. While Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, the God-fiend opposite him had already condensed a ball of black gas in his hand and shot it at Du Xiaofu. This ball of black gas was suffused with a dim light, and its aura was ferocious. Once it shot out, it was like a black will-o'-the-wisp, dragging a long tail, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws to kill. The terrifying force was vast and mighty, and the void rumbled and shook continuously. Retreat quickly! Huolei Laozu shouted and asked Du Xiaofu to dodge. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Du Xiaofu had already moved, and the golden rock wings behind him flapped rapidly as he retreated rapidly. The space has been sealed again. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as he whispered softly. As the God-fiend attacked, he could clearly feel that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified again. After using the first move of Fuyao, he was stuck in place, as if he had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Even if he could break free from this restraint, the God-fiend's attack would have already arrived by then. In a hurry, large patches of lightning and thunder gathered in front of Du Xiaofu and condensed into a barrier made of lightning and thunder, which turned into a shield wall in front of him. When the ball of black gas bombarded, the entire lightning barrier suddenly exploded, shattering into dense talismans and mysterious runes that danced in the void. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire void trembled. The ball of black gas was also destroyed, and it returned to being an endless amount of demonic qi. Like a strong wind, it slashed horizontally and vertically, destroying everything in its path. The defense outside Du Xiaofu's body was quickly cut into countless pieces, and the violent energy finally bombarded Du Xiaofu's chest. Puff! Du Xiaofu's body flew backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured again. Huolei Laozu, who was behind him, was not affected much and was still in good condition. Kid, you can't fight him head-on. Let's stall for time first. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was injured, Huolei Laozu could not help but say hurriedly, "All right." Du Xiaofu nodded. Before the God-fiend's next attack arrived, the golden rock wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared from where he was and appeared extremely far away. Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? The god fiend's arm danced in the void, and a terrifying force swept across and spread in all directions, confining the entire space. Then, he threw a punch at Du Xiaofu's position brazenly. "Oh no!" Du Xiaofu frowned and shouted, "Oh no!" Under the pressure of the god fiend, a large area of space was confined, and it was extremely difficult to use the first move of Fuyao. "It's useless. Why are you resisting so stubbornly?" the god fiend said loudly. His arms opened like a bow, and he threw a punch straight at Du Xiaofu's position, causing the entire sky to tremble. "Break for me!" Du Xiaofu shouted and stretched out his palm. Facing the boundless void, he clenched his 5 fingers and activated the god-binding grip. Boom! The restricted space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and the purple-robed figure shot out like lightning, narrowly avoiding the godfiend's attack. Even so, the astral wind brought about by the sharp and fierce fist still brushed past his body, causing his immortal Xian body to be torn apart. Bloody wounds burst out one after another, scarlet red. The purple robe he had just changed into was also incomparably messy. "You can't escape," the god fiend said and waved his fist again, continuing to chase after Du Xiaofu. Then, a strange scene appeared in the sky. The god fiend punched down again and again, fiercely chasing after Du Xiaofu. A terrifying power spread out, and the void was sealed, causing the purple-robed youth to have no room to use the first move of Fuyao. However, his palm clenched fiercely in the void time and time again, and the restricted space collapsed again and again. Every time, he escaped from the god fiend's attack in a panic. Du Xiaofu's body was swept by the residual waves of the attack countless times, and he was already covered in wounds. "Rock Emperor, hold on! Rock Emperor, you must hold on!" Countless creatures clenched their fists, and in their hearts, they were screaming for Du Xiaofu. They did not want Du Xiaofu to fight recklessly again, as long as he was alive. As long as he lived, the devil religion would not be able to truly carry out the final massacre. The hope of this world still existed. "Kid, how are you?" Under Du Xiaofu's protection, Fire Thunder Ancestor didn't suffer much damage, but he was very worried. This couldn't go on. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to answer Huolei Laozu, his primordial spirit suddenly felt a strange movement. Following that, a simple and honest voice came from afar. "Master, I'm back." Chapter 2656. "I'm finally back." Huolei Laozu was overjoyed and said excitedly. Du Xiaofu was also overjoyed. He used the god-binding grip again to escape the godfiend's punch. He flew directly in the direction of the voice. In his eyes, there was a muscular figure coming from afar. The figure was as fast as lightning, and it was as fast as lightning. This figure was none other than the disciple that Du Xiaofu had taken in, Lei Tianhuang. Did he bring back the spiritual thunder again? Looking at the bare-chested young man in short clothes, the god fiend who was chasing Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows. He instinctively felt that there was something unusual about the atmosphere. The aura of the honest-looking young man in short clothes was very familiar to him. His body is also a bolt of lightning. Could it be related to the heavenly Tao? Soon, the god fiend saw through Lei Tianhuang's identity. The aura that the young man carried was exactly the same as the heavenly Tao that had suppressed him back then. Thinking of this, the god fiend's huge and pitch-black eyes suddenly rippled with shock. In his heart, he also felt a little heavy. "Master, receive the spiritual thunder." Lei Tianhuang ran quickly. With a wave of his hand, 10 rays of colorful light shot out in the direction of Du Xiaofu. These 10 rays of light were different from the 18 spiritual thunders that Huolei Laozu had brought back. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they all had a strong destructive aura. Woo-woo, the 10 spiritual thunders swept past. Du Xiaofu used the law of space, and broke the space that was imprisoned one by one. Finally, they gathered together with the 10 spiritual thunders. "Damn it! At this time, the god-fiend could no longer remain calm. He cursed loudly and his towering body traversed the void, quickly moving in the direction of Du Xiaofu. Spiritual thunder, it's actually all spiritual thunder. Another 10 bolts of spiritual lightning, making it a total of 36 bolts. As long as the Rock Emperor completes the fusion, his strength won't be much weaker than the demon gods. Great. We can have a real battle. Even if we don't kill the devil god, at the very least, if the devil religion wants to rely on slaughter to rise, our world will have the power to contend against them. The crowd was shaken. While everyone was extremely shocked, they also began to cheer. For those who were close to Du Xiaofu, they were very clear about the concept of 36 bolts of spiritual lightning. It could be said that as long as he completed the fusion, there would be hope for him to surpass the heavenly saint stage. By then, the demon god would no longer be a threat. That damned old thing! He actually managed to find so many spiritual thunders. This is troublesome. It won't be easy for Lord Demon God to kill Du Xiaofu. Bastard! Many experts in the devil religion were discussing among themselves, and all of them had solemn expressions. All 36 spiritual thunders have been found. Damn it! The demon god roared, his anger bursting. Du Xiaofu originally had 8 bolts of spiritual lightning. Huolei Laozu had brought back 18 bolts, and Du Xiaofu had already fused them. However, if that was the case, the demon god was not afraid at all. After all, 26 bolts of spiritual lightning were not enough for Du Xiaofu to construct a complete law of lightning. In the primordial times, the ancestor of the Du family had used the law of lightning to surpass the heavenly saint stage. He himself had mastered the complete law of lightning. After the heavenly Tao had fallen, his body had turned into 36 bolts of spiritual lightning. If he lacked 1 bolt, he would not be able to form a complete law of lightning. However, now, the young man in the short-sleeved shirt had brought back another 10 bolts of spiritual lightning. In total, he had gathered all 36 bolts of spiritual lightning. Once Du Xiaofu completed the fusion, there was a great chance that he would surpass the heavenly saint stage and have a real battle with the demon god. Although the demon god was not afraid that Du Xiaofu could deal with him, the devil religion's pace of slaughter would be greatly hindered. Under such a situation, how could he continue to remain calm? Do you think I will still watch you fuse with these spiritual lightning bolts? The demon god roared angrily as his gigantic palm descended from the sky and smacked down at Du Xiaofu. The void trembled as its might surged. The terrifying power assaulted the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Amidst the waves of demonic aura, a hurricane seemed to have appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping and slicing wantonly, destroying everything. Under such an attack, Du Xiaofu quickly brought Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang to escape for their lives. They did not dare to face it head-on. Go and protect my father. In the distance, little Xingxing called out to Fu Yibai and the other 4. With the gigantic tortoise shell, he was about to fly into the sky. He wanted to fight the demon god and buy time for Du Xiaofu to refine the 10 bolts of spiritual lightning. You guys had better stay here obediently. Seeing the actions of little Xingxing and the other 5, the 8 demon emperors snorted and leaped out to intercept the 6 of them. They knew what the 36 bolts of spiritual lightning meant to Du Xiaofu. If they allowed little Xingxing to take action and allow Du Xiaofu to safely complete the fusion, it would be a huge threat to the devil religion. Therefore, they could not just watch as little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, and the rest went to provide support. Under the attack of the demon god, with Du Xiaofu's current strength, it would be difficult for him to even escape, let alone refine the spiritual lightning bolts. Brat, stop running. Just as everyone was solemn, Huolei Laozu, who was beside Du Xiaofu, suddenly said, Du Xiaofu was puzzled. The demon god was chasing closely behind. If they did not run, wouldn't the 3 of them become living targets for him to wipe out? Why are you still running? Huolei Laozu suddenly cursed and continued, "You have the lightning martial vein, and these 36 bolts of spiritual lightning were prepared for your Du family. If it were anyone else, they would be courting death if they wanted to refine them together. But you are different. Perhaps it would be difficult to fuse the first few bolts of spiritual lightning, but it would be easier later on. Now that the 36 bolts of spiritual lightning have been gathered, there is no need to refine them. Just use your lightning martial vein to devour them. There is no need to waste any time at all." So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu instantly understood Huolei Laozu's meaning and felt enlightened. Only now did he truly understand why the devil religion had been searching for the Du family with the lightning martial vein for so many years. They had even kidnapped Du Chang and controlled him. So that was what they were planning. "Brat, listen to me. There will be a surprise." Huolei Laozu looked at Du Xiaofu and vowed. "Okay." Du Xiaofu agreed, but he didn't stop running away at full speed. Since the remaining 10 bolts of spiritual lightning did not require any time to refine, he could devour them while he was moving. Perhaps after he had fused all the spiritual lightning, he would no longer be afraid of the demon god. But Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang could not. Even if they were brushed by some of the attacks, it would be a threat to the two of them. "Keep!" Du Xiaofu let out a soft cry. Under his control, the 10 bolts of spiritual lightning drilled into his glabella. At the same time, the thunder martial veins appeared on his body. They were like veins that were climbing up his body. Buzz, at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly rose between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it spread out and suppressed the primordial spirits of all the living beings. This kind of pressure was even more powerful than when facing the deities. All the living beings felt their hair stand on end and wanted to crawl in awe. They could not muster any rebellious thoughts. It was like the power of heaven, pervasive and all-pervasive. Roar, in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents, countless beasts let out muffled roars from their throats. Then, they transformed into their true forms and crawled on the ground. The human experts were the same. All of them were shocked and paralyzed, their expressions filled with reverence. In front of everyone's eyes, bolts of lightning condensed around Du Xiaofu's body, blooming with terrifying power. Red, yellow, blue, purple, green, cyan, black, white, orange, gray, brown, and so on, the thunder martial veins in his body, which were originally a single color, suddenly changed. Red, yellow, blue, purple, green, cyan, black, white, orange, gray, brown, and so on, continuously flashed and circulated. Chi in Du Xiaofu's mind, the law imprint engraved on his primordial spirit also shone brightly. Mysterious rays of light twisted and turned, circulating continuously. Large patches of patterns lit up, forming a magical pattern. As Du Xiaofu's aura became more and more vigorous, a part of the pattern on the law imprint became more and more connected. It was orderly and perfect, giving off the most mysterious fluctuations. Walala! Outside his body, lightning roared and vibrated, spreading in all directions. Waves of terrifying power shuttled between heaven and earth, traversing the heavens and the earth. Following that, the aura of the purple-robed young man also started to rise violently. In just a moment, it had reached a level that made one's heart tremble. At the same time, the pressure that filled every inch of space also became abnormally strong. It made one feel as if they were facing a supreme and terrifying lord, making one's body and mind tremble. This is, among the 8 demon emperors, the 9th demon emperor trembled as he spoke. He was all too familiar with this kind of pressure. In the primordial era, the invincible supreme being had this kind of terrifying aura. Is he Du Xiaofu now, or is he the heavenly Tao? The 8th demon emperor also panicked, and couldn't help but murmur. "What are you panicking for?" Suddenly, the great demon emperor's gloomy and hoarse voice rang out. He scolded the 8th demon emperor and the 9th demon emperor. Although their auras are very similar, their power is far inferior to the heavenly Tao in the past. Although Du Xiaofu has the thunderbolt martial vein and has integrated 36 spiritual thunders, he has not integrated the heavenly Tao. He is still no match for the Lord Demon God. That's right. The auras are indeed similar. They are all fluctuations of the law of thunder. However, Du Xiaofu has only integrated the spiritual thunders, so he is no match for the ancestor of the Du family in the past. Although the Lord Demon God may have some trouble dealing with him, there will be no accidents. Du Xiaofu will not be able to escape death in the end. The second demon emperor also said. Although his eyes were filled with shock, he still spoke in a calm manner. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu's aura kept increasing and became extremely terrifying. Soon it reached the peak state when he had condensed the boundless sovereign qi. Seeing this change, Huolei Laozu's old face couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. In his eyes, Du Xiaofu's aura, after a violent surge, quickly converged. At this moment, the 36 colored thunderbolts had already fused into one, turning into the brightest and most crystal-clear color. As the thunder martial vein was retracted, it quieted down in Du Xiaofu's body, and there were no longer any fluctuations. Apparently, he had successfully integrated the 36 spiritual thunders with the help of the thunderbolt martial vein. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in just a few moments. Even when all the changes were completed, the demon god's attack had not arrived. The peak of the Heaven Sage stage, almost the same as when I had condensed the boundless sovereign qi. Feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. His current strength was different from when he had condensed the sovereign qi. Now that he had integrated the 36 spiritual thunders, it could be said that his control of the law of thunder and lightning was more perfect, and his strength had increased tremendously. For the sovereign qi, it was a borrowed power, which was the condensation of all the living beings' faith, and it was an external force. Such a change was really a pleasant surprise for Du Xiaofu. He didn't expect that after integrating the 36 spiritual thunders, his attainment in the law of thunder and lightning could reach such a high level. He could clearly feel that with a little more progress, he could surpass the cultivation of the completion of the Heaven Sage stage and enter a new world. But it seems that it is still not enough. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows again, but his heart was still heavy. Although he had reached the peak of the Heaven Sage stage, if he fought against the demon god with such strength, the final result would be the same as before. Why can't I surpass the Heaven Sage stage? The 36 spiritual thunders represent the complete law of thunder and lightning. After the integration, it shouldn't be like this. Du Xiaofu thought quickly and thought about the key point. He seemed to have vaguely grasped something, but he couldn't really grasp it thoroughly. There must be some key point that he hadn't grasped. At this moment, the demon god's attack came again. The huge palm stirred up the boundless void, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Open for me. However, this time, after Du Xiaofu let out a deafening roar, he saw a bolt of lightning thicker than the body of the demon god forming in the void. It violently blasted out and fiercely collided with the giant hand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Boom! A terrifying shock wave burst out, and the thunderbolt beam was instantly shattered, forming an unparalleled energy storm. The violent force drove Du Xiaofu's body and sent him flying into the distance. After a wah sound, blood spurted out, and the purple and gold color dyed the sky. As expected, I can't fight it head-on. Du Xiaofu retreated in shock, quickly retreating far away. Even though he had reached the peak of the Heaven Sage stage, he still couldn't defeat the demon god. After a head-on collision, he immediately suffered serious injuries. After retreating into the distance, a pitch-black hole appeared beside him. This was the entrance to the ancient barren space. Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang flashed out from inside. Long before the demon god's attack came, they had been kept by Du Xiaofu. Otherwise, the two of them would have died in the terrifying energy storm. As expected, it still won't work. Even after the integration of 36 spiritual thunders, you still can't surpass the Heaven Sage stage. After Huolei Laozu appeared, he sensed the aura on Du Xiaofu's body and spoke as if he had expected this situation. Ancestor, why is this happening? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't grasp the crux of the problem. Ha 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 ha! Huolei Laozu didn't answer. After taking a deep look at Du Xiaofu, he suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was crazy, but strangely there was a hint of pride in it. When Du Xiaofu saw this, he was puzzled. Lei Tianhuang glanced at Du Xiaofu, then turned to look at Huolei Laozu and couldn't help but say, Ancestor, however, before he could finish speaking, he heard the demon god speak again from afar. After integrating 36 spiritual thunders, you're still in the Heaven Sage stage. How can you fight me? With this kind of strength, you can't avoid death. The huge face moved horizontally in the void, quickly approaching Du Xiaofu and the other two. Demon god. Huolei Laozu, who was laughing loudly, suddenly stopped. He turned to the demon god and said loudly, Because of the murderous calamity you created in the primordial age, the heavenly Tao suppressed it, and it was obliterated by the invisible rules. You turned into 36 spiritual thunders and died in this world. That's how I and the boy next to me were born. It can be said that without you, we wouldn't exist. As Huolei Laozu spoke, he pointed at Lei Tianhuang and continued to say to the demon god, Between us, we'll fight to the death. However, you thought too highly of yourself and didn't kill us in the dark palace in the clouds earlier. Because you thought that after you recovered, we'd be no different from ants in your eyes. After saying this, Huolei Laozu paused for a moment, then continued, But today, you'll know how stupid you were to underestimate us back then. How stupid! And you'll also pay the price for your stupidity. This price is very likely your life as a demon god. Ha 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 ha! Huolei Laozu suddenly laughed crazily again, as if there was an indescribable joy in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time. Not only the demon god, but even Du Xiaofu, who was standing beside him, felt a little confused. He didn't understand why this old guy was so smug. However, they were also very clear about what Huolei Laozu said. The demon god had personally experienced each and every one of them, and for Du Xiaofu, he had also seen the primordial age in the long river of time, so it was no different from experiencing it himself. Hearing Huolei Laozu's laughter, the demon god stopped and listened quietly with Du Xiaofu. He wanted to know what else he would say next, and why he was so crazy and proud. Chapter 26:57. Huolei Laozu's arrogant laughter made Du Xiaofu very puzzled. He really could not understand why Huolei Laozu would be so proud of himself at a time like this. After all, he had not surpassed the Sky Sage stage after fusing with the 36 spiritual thunders. In other words, his control of the law of lightning had not reached perfection, and he did not have the power to fight the demon god head-on. This situation could be said to be unexpected. His mood was already extremely heavy, but at this time, facing Huolei Laozu beside him, Du Xiaofu could only twitch the corner of his mouth. He was confused. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, the chubby face of Thunder Fire Ancestor was shaking as he laughed. His fat was rippling, and his long red hair was fluttering in the wind. He was extremely arrogant. Looking at his expression, it was as if he had defeated the demon god and withstood the great calamity. He was indescribably happy. What's wrong with Huolei Laozu? In the tri-continent Kyushu region, countless living beings were also dumbfounded. No one knew why Huolei Laozu was so proud. The Rock Emperor had clearly been injured by the demon god's attack, but he still had the leisure to be unrestrained at a time like this. I think this old bastard's brain must have been flooded with water. An expert from the devil religion laughed sinisterly. Maybe he was even squeezed by the door. The 8 demon emperors sneered as they spoke. When many living beings heard this, they all glared fiercely at the people from the devil religion, but they did not refute. Obviously, although they did not agree with the words of the people from the devil religion, they were powerless to defend themselves. Moreover, at this time, Huolei Laozu's expression did seem a little silly. "Grandpa, what's wrong with the ancestor?" Little Qilin stepped on the air and jumped onto Dudingxuan's shoulder. It blinked a few times and its face was full of questions. The ancestor is not a reckless person, especially at a time like this. It's even more impossible for him to do something he's not confident in. There must be a reason why he dared to say such words. Du Tingxian thought for a moment before replying. Although this old man is not very reliable usually, he does not drop the chain at a critical moment. Just wait and see. Who knows what kind of unimaginable things will happen next? Du Xiaoyao added. He looked at the sky gold. His eyes were. He knew Huolei Laozu. He was not that Huolei Laozu he. Demonic God. In the sky, Du Xiaofu, Huolei Laozu, and Lei Tianhuang stood opposite the demonic god. After laughing for a while, Huolei Laozu stared at the demonic god's huge body again and said, "Do you really think Du Xiaofu can't surpass the Heaven Saint stage after integrating 36 spiritual thunders? In this world, the devil religion is not allowed to run rampant. And all of this will come to an end today." Opposite them, the demonic god did not speak. He just listened quietly. However, Huolei Laozu's words made him feel a little uneasy. Ancestor Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and wanted to ask about the doubts in his heart. However, he was interrupted by Huolei Laozu. "Kid, don't worry. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Huolei Laozu turned to face Du Xiaofu with his big belly. He looked deeply at the purple-robed young man in front of him. In that pair of resolute eyes, there was a rare strong affection brewing, as if he was using the eyes of an elder to look deeply at an outstanding descendant that he could be proud of. When the immemorial heavenly way fell, it turned into 36 spiritual thunders. Everyone thought that as long as one integrated with these 36 spiritual thunders, they would be able to control the complete law of lightning and surpass the Heaven Saint stage. They would reach the level of your Du family's ancestor. If they were lucky enough, they would even be able to integrate with the heavenly way. However, that was not the case. Huolei Laozu's voice became light. In fact, when you were in the tomb of the heavenly way, you saw the scene of the immemorial era in the upper reaches of the Time River. You know everything. So you should also know that when the heavenly way fell, it didn't just turn into 36 spiritual thunders. It turned into 37. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he couldn't help but look at Lei Tianhuang beside him. He saw that the simple and honest young man squeezed out a smile at him. He even bowed slightly with a hint of respect. The scene of the immemorial era was still vivid in his mind. Naturally, he knew that the 37th spiritual thunder that Huolei Laozu was talking about was Lei Tianhuang standing beside him. However, Lei Tianhuang was different from other spiritual thunders. When he met him in the ancient, desolate, fearsome grounds, he had just awakened his spiritual intelligence. "Kid, are you ready?" Huolei Laozu looked at Lei Tianhuang and asked seriously. "Yes. I'm ready. I'm not afraid of death." Lei Tianhuang nodded heavily. The simple and honest smile on his face disappeared. His eyes became incomparably determined. "If you're ready, then let's not delay any longer. What needs to be done, we have to do it." Huolei Laozu chuckled and then looked deeply at Du Xiaofu. Immediately after, a scarlet-blue flame rose from his fat body with a whoosh sound. Arcs of lightning flashed and wrapped around his entire body. A terrifying temperature instantly spread out. The entire space above the sky turned scarlet red and was suffused with an intense heat. Ancestor, what are you doing? At the side, Du Xiaofu immediately shouted out. He could feel that not only was Huolei Laozu's body burning in the flames, but even his primordial spirit was also being smelted in the thunder fire. As the terrifying primordial spirit power continued to melt, the power of the flames became more and more terrifying. The space directly collapsed, like a handful of dry firewood burning black ash scattered down. Such a scene caused Du Xiaofu to be endlessly alarmed. However, before Huolei Laozu could answer him, on the other side, Lei Tianhuang's voice rang in his ears again. Disciple bids farewell to master. Du Xiaofu looked back and saw that the shirtless young man in short clothes bowed deeply to him, and his chest suddenly burst open. What followed was countless bolts of thunder and lightning that rumbled in the air. A large ball of lightning boiled and climbed all over Lei Tianhuang's body. His body was disintegrating, and the power of his primordial spirit was also rapidly dispersing. And the power contained in this ball of lightning was also rapidly increasing. Ancestor! Tianhuang, Du Xiaofu shouted in panic. At this moment, how could he not know what Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang were going to do? Previously, after fusing with the 36 bolts of spiritual thunder, the doubts that had arisen because he had not surpassed the Heaven Sage realm were immediately clear at this moment. Kid, your disciple was also formed when the heavenly way fell. Although he is far from being as powerful as the other 36 bolts of spiritual thunder, it is undeniable that he is indeed the 37th bolt of spiritual thunder. And I, the ancestor, was formed by the lightning fire that was born when the spiritual thunder streaked across the sky. Therefore, my body also contains a part of the energy that was stripped from a certain bolt of spiritual thunder. Therefore, without us, even if you have fused with the 36 bolts of spiritual thunder, you still can't control the complete law of thunder and lightning. Only when we are together and fuse with the 36 bolts of spiritual thunder can you truly complete all of this. It is no different from the law of thunder and lightning that your ancestor of the Du family controlled back then. Only in this way can you truly surpass the Heaven Sage realm and fight with the demon god. In the void, in the scarlet blue lightning fire, Huolei Laozu's primordial spirit power fluctuated and passed into Du Xiaofu's perception. Ancestor, Du Xiaofu murmured, and 2 streams of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He understood Huolei Laozu's meaning very well. The immemorial heavenly way's law of thunder and lightning had surpassed the Heaven Sage realm and represented the supreme and complete law of thunder and lightning. Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang were both a part of the heavenly way's law of thunder and lightning when it fell, and were essentially no different from the 36 bolts of spiritual thunder. Only when they burned their primordial spirits and wiped out their spiritual intelligence, returning to their most primitive state and fusing with Du Xiaofu, would he be able to complete the law of thunder and lightning. Only in this way could he surpass the Heaven Sage realm and fight with the demon god. After this, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang would completely fall. Ancestor! Tianhuang! All of you, stop! Du Xiaofu roared and waved his hand, shooting out 2 purplish-gold rays of light towards the thunder and fire formed by Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang in an attempt to stop them. Kid, prepare to fuse with the complete law of thunder and lightning. Huolei Laozu's primordial spirit fluctuation came from the scarlet blue thunder and fire. Then, the entire thunder and fire flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning after a crackling sound, drilling into Du Xiaofu's forehead. Master, I'll help you complete the law of thunder and lightning. On the other side, Lei Tianhuang's thunder and lightning ball also sent out a wisp of primordial spirit fluctuation, following which, the ball of resplendent lightning slashed down and suddenly plunged into Du Xiaofu's body. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly closed tightly. Everything in this world has its ups and downs. The cycle of karma also has a beginning and an end. The primordial heavenly Tao took action to suppress the demon god and engrave the thunder martial vein in the bodies of the descendants of the Du family. We and the 36 bolts of spirit thunder all came from the heavenly Tao. Today, we fused with the thunder martial vein, which can be considered as returning to the heavenly Tao. Kid, don't be sad. I, your ancestor, can die without regrets. Master, to die in order to defeat the demon god. Your disciple can die without regrets. Kid, it's up to you now. Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang's voices sounded in Du Xiaofu's mind one after another. When the last wisp of fluctuation was released, the power of the two primordial spirits finally returned to silence and disappeared into nothingness. On Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, the law imprint was glowing. Mysterious patterns lit up and circulated with brilliance. A part of the pattern that was originally close to perfection finally closed, forming a complete pattern that emitted a mysterious light. Buzz buzz. After all this began, Du Xiaofu's aura suddenly rose violently and became incomparably terrifying. The thunder martial vein appeared outside his body. Streaks of lightning were bright and dazzling, releasing a destructive aura. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's entire body seemed to become illusory. It was as if he was in harmony with heaven and earth, resonating with some kind of magical rhythm. He just stood there quietly, but there was a mysterious charm that was indescribable and unexplainable. It was as if he represented some supreme principle of heaven and earth. This, below, countless living beings looked at each other in dismay when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked. Damn it! Not far from Du Xiaofu, the demon god suddenly cursed. His majestic body stretched out and his palm shook the air, striking fiercely at Du Xiaofu. With his cultivation, how could he not see the changes in Du Xiaofu's body at this moment? If all this was allowed to continue, the demon god knew better than anyone else what he would face later. Therefore, he chose to attack without hesitation. He wanted to kill Du Xiaofu before he could integrate the complete law of thunder and lightning. I understand. The complete law of thunder and lightning, so this is what it is. Below, there were also living beings who shouted as they understood the key point. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly shut and he had entered a mysterious state. When the demon god's palm descended, a burst of powerful lightning suddenly appeared outside his body, forming a giant barrier that stood erect in the sky. Boom! The demon god's palm shook the world and slammed heavily on the lightning barrier outside Du Xiaofu's body. The sturdy lightning barrier shattered instantly, turning into large pieces of lightning runes that flickered in the air. Du Xiaofu was sent flying by the energy storm, but his eyes were still tightly shut. At the same time, the demon god's palm was also repelled, but it did not cause much damage to Du Xiaofu. What a terrifying lightning defense! It's so powerful! He can even block the demon god's attack, and the Rock Emperor is not injured. This is too terrifying. Is this the complete law of thunder and lightning? It seems like it's impossible for the demon god to defeat the Rock Emperor in a one-sided manner. Countless living beings looked up at the scene in the sky and were shocked beyond words. Previously, the Rock Emperor had been suppressed by the demon god. Even with the help of the boundless Emperor's energy and the integration of the 36 spiritual thunders, he was still not a match for the demon god. Now, with the help of the lightning barrier, he had actually withstood the demon god's attack. The gap between the two of them had shrunk to an extreme, and there was bound to be a fierce battle next. Ancestor Tian Huang, in the distance, after Du Xiaofu had flown for hundreds of thousands of miles, he slowly opened his eyes and stopped in the void. Tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes, and he was filled with sorrow. Before the last traces of the primordial spirits of Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang dissipated, they controlled their bodies and entered Du Xiaofu's body. At this time, the two of them had already died, and their spiritual intelligence had been obliterated. They had turned into the purest lightning energy and merged with Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein, completing the most complete law of thunder and lightning. However, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with sorrow. Over the years, he had worked hard to cultivate, and constantly flipped between life and death to increase his cultivation, all in order to protect the people around him from harm. Today, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang, in order to be able to deal with the demon god, for the continuation of this world, resolutely obliterated themselves. This scene reminded him of the time in the long river of time, when he saw the ancestor of the Du family, who was the way of heaven, was willing to be annihilated and suppress the demon god for the sake of the world. The comparison before and after was such a similar scene. And Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang were both transformed from the ancestor of the Du family. What happened today seemed to be the continuation of the Archean catastrophe. Du Xiaofu's tears poured down, and the scenes of his first encounter with Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang flashed in his mind. Back then, when he woke up leisurely in the cave, he saw the old man in a blue robe with a big belly that was almost torn apart. "I'm your ancestor. Kid, aren't you going to greet me?" The old man rolled his eyes at the purple-robed youth. "I'm greeting." The youth's eyes turned, and he was suspicious. "Senior, are you from the Du family?" "Although I'm not from the Du family, I'm somewhat related to the Du family, especially to your ancestor, so naturally I'm your ancestor." The old man seemed to be a little impatient. "Senior, if you're really an elder of the Du family, I should greet you and welcome you back to the Du family." A flash of light flashed across the purple-robed youth's eyes, and he said hesitantly, "But with your status, if I have to greet you, wouldn't I have to? What exactly is it?" "Don't hesitate. Since you're an elder of the Du family, and this is the first time you've met me, I should greet you, but I don't know if you have any greeting gifts or anything. With your status, at least sacred weapons, sacred elixirs, or something like that would be worthy of your attention." Hearing the youth's words, the old man was stunned and he was in a daze for a long time. "Kid, I've cultivated for countless years, but you're like this for the first time." The purple-robed youth was thick-skinned, and he kept asking for treasures, sacred weapons, and sacred elixirs, which made the old man gnash his teeth in anger. He secretly regretted that he did not slap this brat to death before he woke up. From the first time they met, he was wary of Huolei Laozu, but later on, he relied on him more and more. Huolei Laozu had accompanied him to the ancient wilderness ominous grounds, the tomb of Heaven Dao, and the demon realm. These scenes kept playing in Du Xiaofu's mind. And Lei Tianhuang, when they met in the ancient wilderness continent, he only let him comprehend the thunder martial vein, and he inexplicably gained such a cheap disciple. On the other hand, he had never really taught him anything. Moreover, he had obtained the Sun Thunder root from him. When Lei Tianhuang was comprehending the thunder martial vein, Du Xiaofu had also comprehended a large amount of thunder profound from him. Today, after years of hard work, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang finally found a total of 28 spiritual thunders, and they disintegrated themselves to help him perfect the law of thunder. Both of them died. Chapter 26:58. Forefather Tianhuang. High up in the sky, Du Xiaofu raised his head and circulated the Xian Qi in his body, evaporating the tears on his face. He slowly retracted his thoughts and opened his eyes. His gaze regained its determination as he muttered, "Don't worry, I will not disappoint you. Even if I have to risk my life, I will defeat the Godfiend." Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tightly and trembled slightly. All the aura on his body had been retracted, and there were no strong ripples being emitted. He looked extremely ordinary. Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang are both a part of the complete law of lightning. Without them, the Rock Emperor will naturally not be able to fuse with the complete law of lightning. But these two people actually sacrifice themselves in order for the Rock Emperor to have enough strength to defeat the Godfiend. Such righteous and awe-inspiring actions make us feel reverence in our hearts. Huolei Laozu, Lei Tianhuang. These two people's names will eventually be recorded in history and passed down through the ages. Send off the two heroes! Send off the two heroes! Many people sighed in admiration as they chanted the names of Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang, sending off their souls. Forefather Tianhuang, rest in peace. If the calamity can finally end, the descendants of my Du family will worship you for generations to remember your bravery today. Du Tingxian said softly as tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. Beside him, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaolin, Jialo Zhiyu, Zhen Qingchun, and Fu Yibai all bowed towards the sky with reverence in their hearts. Du Xiaofu. Just as everyone was immersed in grief, the god-fiend spoke again with a loud voice. His two black eyes emitted a sinister aura as he stared at the purple-robed youth in the distance without moving. There was hatred brewing in his eyes. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was restrained and deep, but the god-fiend knew that this young man had used the lightning martial vein to successfully fuse with the complete law of lightning, surpassing the sky saint realm. In reality, his strength was not weaker than the god-fiend who was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Do you really think that you'll be able to fight me just because you fused with the laws of lightning formed by the heavenly Tao? Back then, even Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian could not do anything to me. Do you think you can kill me? Do you think that you are the Du family's ancestor? The god-fiend gritted his teeth as he enunciated each word. I can't kill you, but why are you so angry? Du Xiaofu glanced at the god-fiend and said indifferently. He knew that he was. Back then, the Lord of the 3,000 Sectors world and the Dragon God, who the god-fiend referred to as Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian, had hunted the god-fiend down in the 3,000 Sectors world. However, when the god-fiend escaped to this world, the two powerhouses could not do anything to him because they were suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. In the end, the Lord of the 3,000 Sectors world persuaded the Du family's ancestor, the primordial heavenly Tao, to borrow the power of the invisible law of this world to suppress the god-fiend. It was not until countless years later that the seal was broken. Du Xiaofu knew his own strength. Even if he had surpassed the saint realm, he had not fused with the heavenly Tao to mobilize the invisible law of this world and suppress the god-fiend like the ancestor. However, with such strength, he was definitely qualified to fight the god-fiend head-on. Ha 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 ha! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the god-fiend was so angry that he laughed, causing the entire world to tremble. After a while, his laughter gradually died down. He looked coldly at the young man and said disdainfully, If we were in another world, with your strength, I would have killed countless people with one slap. Is that so? Then why don't you go to another world? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked seriously. The god-fiend was stunned. Of course, he knew the meaning of Du Xiaofu's words. If he had gone to another world, Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian would not have let him go. If it were not for the uniqueness of this world, he would not have been able to escape from the pursuit of those two. Going to another world was the same as looking for a beating. The god-fiend did not dwell on this question. Instead, he said, Do you know why the ancestor of the Du family could not kill me and could only suppress and seal me, even with the help of the law of heaven and earth? The god-fiend looked at Du Xiaofu with a ferocious look on his face. Because I have an indestructible body. In this world, no one can really kill me. Even in the other world, not even Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian. So, the god-fiend is so powerful. I wonder who was the one who was hunted down by the master of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god like a stray dog. He ran to our world with his tail between his legs and finally showed off his power here. Du Xiaofu said calmly without any expression. However, Du Xiaofu had heard of the god-fiend's indestructible body. Back then, Fu Yibai and the others had told him that almost no one could kill the god-fiend. Of course, in the other world, with the strength of the master of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god. Once the god fiend was taken down, any one of them could suppress and seal him, and it would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Kid, you're courting death. The god fiend roared angrily. Violent demonic chi surged out from his body like a huge wave, crashing into the sky. In the sky, the red clouds that occupied half of the sky also surged violently with a rumbling sound. You've said similar words many times today. Could it be that the god fiend, who is said to be indestructible, only knows how to talk? Du Xiaofu's long robe fluttered as he snorted coldly. He was happy to see the god fiend angry. At the very least, he could see that the god fiend was a little afraid. Good. 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 I don't have the time to continue wasting time with you. Looks like only when you face death will you know how laughable your arrogance is. The god fiend roared. His previous indifferent demeanor was long gone, and only anger was left. He originally thought that killing the purple-robed youth before him would be no different from squashing an ant. Who knew that there would be so many twists and turns today? First, this kid took out a brocade box. Under his all-out attack and the destruction of his physical body, he still relied on the defense formed by Fu Yibai and the other four to preserve a trace of his primordial spirit. With the strength of the indestructible Xian body, he was reborn on the spot. Immediately after, the entire world worshipped him. All the living beings in this world were cheering for him, allowing him to gain the support of the sovereign's aura. He quickly rose to the great circle of the heavenly saint stage, delaying a lot of time. But at the final moment when he was about to be killed, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang returned one after another. They brought back 28 bolts of spiritual lightning, allowing him to recover to his peak state. After fusing with all 36 bolts of spiritual lightning, he also reached the great circle of the heavenly saint stage. He originally thought that this was still nothing to worry about. Who would have thought that in the end, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang would be willing to obliterate themselves and turn into the purest lightning energy to fuse with the purple-robed youth's lightning martial vein and complete the law of lightning, allowing him to successfully surpass the heavenly saint stage and gain the qualifications to challenge him. However, although the god fiend was furious, he still didn't treat Du Xiaofu as his mortal enemy. Because no one could kill him, not to mention Du Xiaofu. The final outcome wouldn't be like what Huolei Laozu had said, where he would have to pay the price of his life for not killing them in the dark palace of the clouds. If he wanted to kill the purple-robed youth before him, he would just have to spend a little more effort. In fact, the god fiend didn't feel threatened because of Du Xiaofu, but rather, he felt aggrieved. If they were in the outside world and weren't suppressed by the heavenly saint stage, with his cultivation, he would have already slapped him into ashes. There would be no need for so much nonsense. But now, his strength was suppressed, and he was at the same level as his opponent. He had reached the limit that the heavenly saint stage could accommodate. Therefore, the god fiend knew that if he wanted to kill Du Xiaofu now, it would be extremely troublesome. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why waste time talking nonsense? Du Xiaofu snorted. With a flick of his sleeve, his body slowly rose into the air calmly. Du Xiaofu, watch how I kill you today. The god fiend's aura suddenly began to change. His towering body, which was like a giant of the heavenly saint stage, suddenly began to shrink rapidly. However, as his body shrunk, the aura on his body became more and more vast, even more terrifying than before. After a while, his originally indomitable body had shrunk to about 10 feet tall. Compared to Du Xiaofu, he was only half a body taller. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the god fiend's power had been greatly compressed and condensed to become even denser and more vigorous. That brass-colored skin, with bulging muscles, was still releasing an explosive power. Outside his body, streams of demonic chi, which seemed to be solid, surrounded him. The demonic chi undulated continuously and transformed into a scene of boundless ferocity. As he spoke, his body suddenly moved. He quickly swept out in the air, raised his fist, and smashed it down in Du Xiaofu's direction. Kill! Seeing that the god fiend had attacked, Du Xiaofu let out a roar from his throat. The void exploded, and terrifying cracks spread out. At the same time, an inexplicable pressure was vast and mighty in the heavenly saint stage, causing all living creatures to feel their primordial spirits throbbing. It was as if they were facing the arrival of a deity and wanted to prostrate themselves. Boom! Du Xiaofu moved brazenly and pushed out his palm. A bright red pillar of lightning burst out and expanded in the wind. In a flash, it became tens of thousands of feet tall and was pushed forward in the void by him, rushing toward the god fiend. Chi chi chi, this pillar of lightning released an incomparably terrifying aura. The space cracked silently, forming a pitch-black hole that extended all the way to the god fiend. In the end, the god fiend's fist smashed into the pillar of lightning. Boom 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 boom. The god fiend's fist was wrapped in layers of pitch-black demonic chi. After the pillar of lightning was hit, it shattered into pieces. A terrifying vibration spread out, as if the world was turned upside down. Vast energy fragments flew out, forming a destructive storm that swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The pillar of lightning in Du Xiaofu's hand finally dissipated completely. The god fiend's fist continued to move forward, directly attacking the root of the problem. After the dazzling pillar of lightning was destroyed, the two people's fists and palms collided with each other. Whoosh! A huge energy screen rose between Du Xiaofu and the god fiend's fist and palm. It was like the sun in the sky, shining brightly for tens of thousands of feet. This huge energy screen separated the two figures. On one side, lightning was boiling, as if it was going to split open the sky. On the other side, blood chi filled the air, as if it was going to split open the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the sea of lightning and the red clouds, each occupying half of the sky, were tumbling non-stop at this moment, brazenly colliding with each other. Terrifying layers of energy overlapped, causing the void to rumble and shake violently. The two diametrically opposite forces were linked with the auras of Du Xiaofu and the god fiend, adding to their ferocity. Boom! The two people's attacks landed and separated as soon as they collided. A terrifying vibration spread out, and both of them were sent flying backward. The layer of light between the two expanded rapidly, as if the scorching sun had suddenly exploded. Endless energy fragments scattered in the void, shaking the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu was sent flying back thousands of miles, his robes fluttering, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The god fiend also retreated far away, letting out a muffled groan from his chest. His throat rolled twice, and only then did he stop the strong feeling of suffocation. You have indeed surpassed the heavenly saint stage. You have some skills, but you must die today. The god fiend's eyes turned, staring coldly at Du Xiaofu, and said word by word. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted, and without another word, charged toward the god fiend again. At the same time, he waved his arm in the void, and an invisible wave spread out. The law brand in his mind lit up, connecting with some profound dharma and logos of heaven and earth, the true meaning of the great Tao. Crackle, from the endless sea of lightning above his head, countless lightning bolts struck down, like rivers hanging in the sky, exuding a ferocious and unparalleled power that shook the universe. These lightning bolts were as bright as rainbows, and all of them carried a terrifying aura as they bombarded the god fiend rapidly. Humph! The god fiend snorted coldly, and with a shake of his hand, the endless sea of blood in the sky churned and spread out rapidly in the void. Woo woo! In an instant there were bursts of whimpering sounds, like the cries of evil spirits, that made one's scalp tingle. Following that, huge evil spirits crawled out from the blood fog, covered in blood-red scales, with sharp fangs and sharp claws, and in their hands blood-red swords. Each of these evil spirits had the strength of a perfected saint's stage, and were extremely ferocious. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the space seemed to be greatly affected, becoming as sticky as a quagmire. A series of ferocious roars came from the mouth of the vicious soul. It was as if an army of the underworld was marching out. The blood-red weapons in their hands were overflowing with vicious auras as they directly slashed at the bolts of lightning. Chi, the weapons in each evil spirit's hand struck out, and in an instant, they shattered the lightning bolts. At the same time, they were blasted into a cloud of black gas and dissipated into nothingness. Why did the killing stop? This is not what I want to see. In this situation, the God-fiend spoke again, and he could not help but frown. His gaze swept across every corner of the Sanlu Kyushu realm, and he saw that all the killing scenes had temporarily ceased. Whether it was the devil religion's side or the countless living beings' side, all of them were watching the battle between him and Du Xiaofu. It seemed that before the victor was decided, they did not intend to continue fighting. This caused the God-fiend to be extremely dissatisfied. Lord God-fiend, when the many powerhouses of the God-fiend heard this, they were all stunned. What are you all waiting for? Kill. Leave no one alive. The great demonic emperor quickly understood the God-fiend's intention. His petite body floated up into the air, and he shouted in a gloomy and hoarse voice, which reverberated between heaven and earth. At the same time, his sharp claws, which were covered with black scales, moved through the air and directly pounced on little Xingxing. Kill! The other 6 God-fiends also moved, and they respectively fought with East Deity, West Devil, South Ru, North Addict, Central Divinity, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaolin, Jialo Juiyu, and the others. Kill! The powerhouses of the God-fiend recovered from their initial shock, and they all wielded their weapons and charged into the battlefield with the living beings around them. Thieves of the devil religion, now that the Rock Emperor is no longer afraid of the God-fiend, how can he allow you to continue being so arrogant? On the battlefields of the 3 continents and Kyushu, countless living beings moved at the same time and shouted sternly. In an instant, the curtain of a terrifying battle was lifted again. One after another, destructive attacks shot through the air and landed among the crowd. The power was bursting out, the mountains and rivers were shaking, the earth was shattering, the sky was being annihilated, heads were rolling, and blood was pouring out. Kill! With the Rock Emperor here, we are no longer afraid of the devil religion. Countless living beings roared and charged into the battlefield, and their auras were like rainbows as they fought desperately with the powerhouses of the devil religion. Spears and halberds were broken, and pieces of flesh and blood flew in the void. Bodies exploded into blood mists, and the heavens shook and the earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. A terrifying scarlet aura rapidly rose and filled the entire 3 continents and Kyushu, filling every inch of space. As the battle continued, countless powerhouses died and disappeared in silence. A large number of people of the devil religion died an unnatural death and turned into dust in the world. Under such a scene, rivers of blood flowed in the scarlet sky like veins of the earth. An invisible, strange power rose from the rivers of blood and enshrouded the entire realm. In the battle, the powerhouses of the devil religion were all affected by this strange power, and their auras rapidly rose. Their strength also increased greatly, and they became extremely ferocious. Chapter 26:59. High up in the sky, Du Xiaofu and the God-fiend were still fighting fiercely. Every time the 2 of them waved their hands, it was accompanied by a monstrous wave of energy that collided with each other, causing huge waves that caused the world to tremble. Du Xiaofu, how are you going to fight me? The God-fiend roared loudly. A ball of pitch-black demonic aura condensed into a solid form, breaking through the sky and colliding with Du Xiaofu's thunderbolt. When this attack landed, the 2 of them did not retreat. Instead, they advanced and pounced on each other again. This can't go on. As Du Xiaofu ran, he frowned and pondered. Naturally, the fighting on the battlefields all over the world could not escape his senses. Most importantly, he realized that as the fighting continued, not only did the strength of the devil religion's powerhouses increase, but the godfiend's ferocious aura also became more and more vigorous, almost suppressing him. Du Xiaofu understood that this was the devil religion's method. They improved through killing and transformed in a sea of blood. If they were allowed to continue killing, then the strength of the devil religion's powerhouses and the godfiend would become stronger and stronger. In the end, the living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu could only retreat in defeat. As for the godfiend, it was even more impossible for him to defeat them. Another powerful attack erupted, causing a terrifying power to spread in all directions. Kill! Du Xiaofu roared as the cyan spirit armor covered his body, wrapping him up tightly. At the same time, he charged straight at the godfiend without any intention of dodging. You want to go all out? I have an indestructible body. What right do you have to fight me? Die! The godfiend roared. His shrunken body moved horizontally in the void with incomparable agility. His fist moved through the air, wrapped in fierce fluctuations, and suddenly smashed into Du Xiaofu's chest. Die! Du Xiaofu also punched out, and it also landed on the godfiend's chest. Dong dong! 2 loud bangs resounded at the same time, like the beating of a heavenly drum. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out of the demon god's fist and ruthlessly slammed into Du Xiaofu's chest. The azure spirit armor that covered his purple robe instantly exploded into pieces. The immortal Xian body also burst open, and a terrifying hole appeared. It went from his chest to his back, and a strong demonic aura rushed out with a whoosh. After Du Xiaofu's punch landed, it was accompanied by a clap of thunder. A bolt of lightning pierced through the demon god's chest, and the vast amount of lightning surged into his body, rampaging through his body and destroying his bodily mechanisms. After exchanging blows, both of them were injured. Du Xiaofu, you can't beat me! The demonic god sneered. He opened his mouth and sucked. Boundless scarlet blood energy rose from the ground, forming blood-colored pythons that burrowed into his mouth. A hazy blood-colored mist surged around his body, and it was frightening. The wound on the godfiend's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the dense devil chi. Can I really beat you? Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Under the effect of the immortal Xian body, the wound that was blasted open by the demonic god was also slowly wriggling. However, compared to the speed of the demonic god's recovery, it was abnormally slow. He knew that the demonic god was using the evil aura formed by the slaughter to heal himself. However, he did not have such an advantage. After receiving the demonic god's attack, the injuries left behind were extremely serious. Kill below, countless killings were still going on. One after another, indomitable bodies collapsed, and one after another, valiant lives fell, falling from the sky. Blood covered the sky, and countless wails resounded through the sky. Living beings were crying in grief. The earth shook non-stop, and terrifying magical powers descended one after another. It was as if thousands of mountains were collapsing, and thousands of waves were roaring, boiling everywhere. At every moment, living beings were dying, and lives were disappearing. Du Xiaofu sensed a little and discovered that the various great factions had suffered a large number of casualties. The Desolate Country's Ghost Chariot, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Phantom, Blood Evil Vine, Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, and many other experts had already died in battle. The Taoist sects Taoist Qing Feng and Su Yangzi, the Demon Vulture clans Yu Su, the Phoenix clans Feng Qi Sage, Feng Han and Feng Wu, the Fang Ji clans Dongli Ruoshu, the Ancient Thunder Elephant clans Xiang Wushuang and Xiang Chongxing, the Scarlet Demon Lion clan Shihongtu, the Buddhist sects Ninefold Spirit and Heng Luan, the Black Ice Turtle clan Xian Tu, the Baifang Divine Bird clans Bai Ho and Shou, the Sun family's Sun Bufan, and countless other experts had all died in the devil religion's battle. The various forces of Kyushu, the ancient heaven sect, the heavenly music cult, the golden spear sect, the Seiman sword sect, the heavenly thunder fortress, the Feihua sect, the snow wind city, the sacred flame sect, the Hahuan school, the profound talisman sect, and the beasts of Tianhuang continent, the golden-winged great Peng clan of the beast region, and many other experts had all died. Among these people, there were many sage realm experts who had died. It was the same for the devil religion. Large numbers of experts were killed, and almost all of them had their bodies and souls destroyed. Such terrifying losses could not be described as not tragic. And it was precisely because of this tragedy that mountains of corpses were piled up on the ground, and blood flowed like a sea. The evil aura vibrated faintly, constantly infusing the people of the devil religion and the fiend celestial, further increasing their strength. Du Xiaofu's heart was incomparably heavy. If this continued, the situation would become more and more serious. He originally had no way of truly defeating or even killing the fiend celestial. At most, they could only fight to a standstill. If this continued, it was very likely that he would be the one to lose in the end. I don't believe that you, the fiend celestial, really have an immortal body. Du Xiaofu's words were cold. His figure suddenly appeared in the air, and the spatial laws were activated. He directly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the fiend celestial. A palm rose into the air and ruthlessly slammed down on the fiend celestial's head. Following this action, a fierce thunder suddenly descended from the sky and suddenly blasted on the fiend celestial's head. Almost at the instant Du Xiaofu appeared, the fiend celestial also moved his fist horizontally and hit Du Xiaofu's body in the waist. Jie, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Du Xiaofu's spine was instantly broken and twisted to the side at a vertical angle. It made one's scalp tingle. And that fierce thunder also split open the fiend celestial's skull. Green and white things flowed, and the eerie bone stubble stood upright, glowing with a red and black light. And in the brain cavity, one could see a blood-red ball of light, like a bloody sun, with a strong bloody aura. This was the fiend celestial's powerful primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu, you have surprised me again and again today. But in the end, it's useless. You are destined to die. The fiend celestial's face was ferocious as he said hatefully, even if I fight with my life on the line, the one who dies in the end will only be you, not me. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm again and directly grabbed Du Xiaofu's lower limbs in his hand, then suddenly pulled. Qi La. Du Xiaofu's body was cut in half at the waist, and the lower half was held in the fiend celestial's hand. Then, the fiend celestial's hand burst out with demonic qi, and directly crushed it into powder. Under the effect of the fiend celestial's power, the crushed half of the body would not be able to recover in a short time. Kill. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also grabbed the fiend celestial's left arm. The celestial qi in the god's watchtower exploded violently, and the power of thunder lingered, entangling the fiend celestial. Zalala, streaks of lightning flashed, wantonly cutting, and occasionally twisting the fiend celestial's left arm into pieces. The pieces of flesh fell into the void, and were drowned by the lightning, shaking into nothingness. You are going all out just to kill me. And for the sake of killing you, I don't mind playing with you. But in the end, the person who will die will be you. The fiend celestial spoke again, and his eyes, which were staring at Du Xiaofu, were filled with intense hatred. He knew that now that Du Xiaofu had integrated the complete law of lightning, perhaps he could not kill him, but it would not be so easy for him to kill Du Xiaofu either. At this moment, because of the endless slaughter in this realm, his power continued to increase. This made Du Xiaofu feel a real threat, so he wanted to fight with his life on the line. However, he also thought that as long as he got rid of Du Xiaofu, everything would end. With the support of this realm, Even if he were to face Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian again in the future, he would not have the least bit of fear. Hence, the Fiend Celestial and Du Xiaofu's thoughts were the same. They would fight with all their might and kill each other, so that they could end things as soon as possible. Today's matter has dragged on for far too long, and he does not intend to drag it on any longer. As long as Du Xiaofu did not die, he would always be a thorn in the Fiend Celestial's heart. Go to hell, kid. The Fiend Celestial laughed maliciously, and his remaining right palm struck out fiercely towards Du Xiaofu's chest. Lightning Martial Vein, rise. Du Xiaofu, who had lost half of his body, did not waste time with the Fiend Celestial. Instead, he shouted loudly. As his voice fell, there was a buzzing sound, and a huge lightning net appeared out of thin air, covering Du Xiaofu and the Fiend Celestial's heads. Following that, a golden light suddenly flashed from between his eyebrows, and suddenly expanded wildly in the void, forming a huge red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit, which occupied the space. Roar! The powerful red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit roared, and its roar split the void. Golden light filled the air, and the sky and earth trembled violently at this moment. It was also at this moment that the Fiend Celestial's palm strike had already struck the remaining half of Du Xiaofu's body. The violet robe shattered soundlessly and was obliterated into nothingness. Subsequently, the robust body rumbled as it exploded into pieces, and it transformed into an expanse of violet gold blood mist. Only his head remained, and it floated high up in the sky. You want to fight with your primordial spirit? The Fiend Celestial's eyes were shaken. Just as he spoke, Du Xiaofu's huge red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit body crossed the void, turned into a golden lightning bolt, and flashed directly into the crack on the Fiend Celestial's head. The demonic chi that was like a rolling wave of blood was swept away by the power of his primordial spirit, and it successfully hit the Fiend Celestial's primordial spirit. I don't believe that you really can't die. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit fluctuations came from the Fiend Celestial's brain, and his words were incomparably fierce. Do you want to die with me? You can't do it. The Fiend Celestial opened his mouth and roared fiercely. In the next moment, the majestic body floating high in the sky suddenly stopped moving, as if it had frozen. However, in his brain, the power of lightning and the blood-red demonic chi rampaged wantonly, and terrifying fluctuations spread out, forming a powerful shock wave that swept through the sky and earth. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In the tri-continent Kyushu realm, the primordial spirits of many living beings instantly collapsed under such an impact, and they died an unnatural death. Oh no! Quickly protect your primordial spirit. Soon, a living being immediately shouted in panic. The boundless slaughter that was about to begin stopped once again. Whether it was the people of the devil religion or other living beings, all of them circulated the power in their bodies to protect their primordial spirits. Only little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, and a few other heavenly saints could not be affected by the impact of the primordial spirit power. How terrifying! Is this the power that surpasses the heavenly saint realm? The aftermath of some primordial spirit attacks actually has such great destructive power. Some people were secretly shocked, and their minds were trembling. The battle between the Rock Emperor and the Fiend Celestial is too tragic. Both of their bodies have suffered great damage. As for the great Rock Emperor, he only has a head left. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this final battle. I hope the Rock Emperor can win. If even he can't kill the Fiend Celestial, who else can? The Rock Emperor must defeat the Fiend Celestial. The Rock Emperor, kill the Fiend Celestial. You must return alive. Many living beings could not stop chanting and praying in their hearts. Everyone could see that this was the final moment, and Du Xiaofu and the Fiend Celestial could fight to the death at any time. The battle between them had actually reached the stage of the primordial spirit battle. The experts from the devil religion also raised their heads and looked at the scene in the sky without blinking. They were extremely nervous. However, with everyone's primordial spirit senses sealed, no one could hear Du Xiaofu's roar coming from the Fiend Celestial's cracked skull. Fiend Celestial, even if you really have an immortal body, I, Du Xiaofu, will definitely suppress you today. Du Xiaofu roared. As the terrifying power of his Yuan spirit spread out, the giant lightning net that enveloped the sky shrank rapidly. It pressed down and burrowed into the demon god's brain. Du Xiaofu, what are you doing? The Fiend Celestial's primordial spirit waves spread out with intense panic, as if it was experiencing something terrible. Even if I, Du Xiaofu, die, I will not let you off easily. In the Fiend Celestial's skull, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit turned into a ball of bright golden light. Strange patterns were engraved on it, flowing with a mysterious light. After shrinking, the thunder martial vein also flashed with bright lightning, which was exactly the same as a part of the pattern on the primordial spirit's primordial spirit. As the thunder martial vein descended, it overlapped with this part of the pattern on the primordial spirit's primordial spirit and immediately produced an extremely shocking wave. Buzz, a mysterious rhythm was produced, as if it had triggered some kind of invisible rule between heaven and earth, with the most profound dharma and logos, the true meaning of nature. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, which had overlapped with the thunder martial vein, became extremely terrifying at this moment. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. His primordial spirit twisted strangely and turned into a shape similar to the thunder martial vein. Like a net, it tightly wrapped the Fiend Celestial's primordial spirit. Get out of my way! The Fiend Celestial roared desperately. Layers of blood-red light shot out from his primordial spirit, carrying an extremely powerful force, wantonly attacking Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. However, under Du Xiaofu's control, no matter how the Fiend Celestial attacked, he could only shake his primordial spirit, but could not break it and escape from such a trap. Ha 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 ha! Du Xiaofu suddenly laughed wildly. His laughter was vast and carried an extreme sense of joy. Fiend Celestial, you provoked the Dragon Phoenix tribulation of the ancient times and even caused endless slaughter in this world. You think that no one can control you, even the masters of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God are helpless against you. However, I, Du Xiaofu, do not believe in this evil. Now let's die together. Du Xiaofu, are you really not afraid of death? The Fiend Celestial shouted. His voice was hoarse, as if he was going crazy. For the survival of all living beings in this world, for the continuation of the bloodline, for those people I swore to protect, using my life in exchange for so much, everything is worth it. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, thunder suddenly rose above his primordial spirit. Rumble, the part of the pattern where the thunder martial vein and the law imprint were compatible, became incomparably bright at this moment. It was many times brighter than the usual scorching sun. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was burning, and a terrifying power surged, constantly adding to the pattern. At this moment, the most perfect thunder and lightning law in this world was constantly releasing a terrifying power. Large amounts of lightning struck down, attacking the Fiend Celestial's primordial spirit. The layers of blood-black demonic chi were shattered again and again. At the same time, the Fiend Celestial's primordial spirit power was also constantly being consumed. Under this kind of pure primordial spirit power competition, the strength of the two people was rapidly declining. Du Xiaofu, I will definitely not let you off. The Fiend Celestial roared crazily, containing boundless hatred. At this time, what right do you have to say such words? With my primordial spirit and thunder martial vein, as well as the complete thunder and lightning law that I control, as the price, I can exhaust you to death. I don't believe that no matter how strong you Fiend Celestial are, can you be stronger than the complete thunder and lightning law. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was roaring crazily. The power of his primordial spirit was vast and mighty, and the law imprint shone brightly. waves of powerful thunder and lightning power boiled. This was not only the power of thunder and lightning, but also represented the supreme truth of the thunder and lightning law. It was a kind of trajectory of the great Tao, a kind of natural origin of heaven and earth, supreme. Du Xiaofu, stop. Du Xiaofu, I'm not done with you. The Fian Celestial's primordial spirit let out a miserable howl as it struggled with all its might. However, under Du Xiaofu's madness, it was simply unable to escape the violent thunder and lightning shackles. As time passed, the terrifying fluctuations gradually calmed down. The Fian Celestial's primordial spirit power was finally annihilated, and at the same time, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit power had long been exhausted. The only thing left were some crisscrossing pitch-black patterns hanging there, looking especially like withered grass that had turned into ashes after being burned. However, under the gentle breeze high in the sky, it dissipated without a trace.